PKA 595 with our guest Wendigoon. Taylor?
This episode of PKA brought to you by ExpressVPN and Goat.com. And of course, Lock and Load, the finest cum pills on either side of the Mississippi.
Damn right.
Out, code PKA. Wendigoon, thank you so much.
Finest cum pills in the Milky Way should be our tag.
You'll be virile, vigorous, and potent.
Damn it, we needed a third V word.
Voracious.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
No, you're too far. Go back.
I had vicious. I'm like, that's not a good sex word.
Vicious. Voluminous. You'll be
Voluminous is good. Yeah, that works. Anyway, enough.
Viscous. Yeah.
I liked venerable.
Venereal.
No,
actually, I think of it as a disease, but it might just
think you become more likely to transmit diseases on our supplement. How could you not be? Your pause loads are twice as voluminous.
I think you've got odds of infecting two people at once.
Kyle, I would never go so far as to say that during the show.
Oh, are we recording?
My new haircut is terrible. It's terrible. I hate it so much.
Come on, Simple Jack. It's not so bad.
I really like my barbers.
Give me third grade graduation.
They moved to an appointment system, and I don't know. I just didn't get it done. I didn't have it planned. I found myself next to a sports clips, and I walk in there, and I think the lady, there's something wrong with her. Like she didn't talk. When she did talk, it was really a whisper, and she had earbuds in, and so she's having a conversation with someone that's not me, and alternately with me. So every so often, I'm like, was that sentence for me or not for me? I really don't know how to talk to you.
It's so rude.
She had the mask on for COVID, and she whispered so quietly that I already can't hear her words. And she squared me up on the sides a little bit. And I'm like, you don't do that to white people, Jesus. She was black.
You keep just dipping your toe in that pool.
It was sports clips. This wasn't a black barbershop. It was like an everybody barbershop.
It was a black woman just lining people up at sports.
Everybody was. Oh, there were 3 black women working there. There was no Anyway, so
that was your first sign to turn around and leave.
Yes, it was.
If there are white people at the chicken restaurant, I'm not going in there. All right.
Yes. So she cut it, and she's like, "Is this? Do you like the length here?" And it is like really long here, really short here, really long over here. And I'm like, can we just maybe make these parts the same length because they're in the front? She trims those up, and can you see my scalp a little? It's so thin.
Well, the thing that jumps out at me is the part, part in your hair. Yeah, that's weirdly, it's too close to the middle. It's not in the right. Yeah.
It might always be there. I'm not. Maybe I'm just fucked up. But
can I just
it's not always there.
If you imagine Woody's haircut on a black man, though, all right.
Not bad. Yeah.
I'm liking this. Huh? I'm liking this new Woody. He's gonna spice up our show.
I'm liking this new Woody. He's a jive turkey. he's also from the 70s.
I would not have noticed your haircut had you not pointed it out. Yeah. But now that you have,
I didn't notice.
There have been moments today where I'm like, I'm really glad I did this. My hair is looking better. It was getting too long, and more than that, you guys see my hair too long. And it's presentable because I present it for the show. But the life I live, which is helmet head or BPAP head in the morning or headphone head or something, you see the best version of me and don't get an accurate helmet head, more normal version of me. So I was like, all right. This is definitely an improvement. And right now I'm looking and I'm like, I have no self-confidence. This is shit.
The reason the haircut that you get is a risky haircut. Because you get it quite short. I get a 3 on the sides, and then I get the top to 2 inches long, and then I blend it all in. It's so hard to fuck that up. And even if they do, there's enough left over that I can find another professional to take over here. Now we'll have a short haircut, but it'll work. But you're having her take you right to the edge. There's
Right?
nothing
I'm too
left.
low to throw a reserve parachute.
Yeah. I can't. A professional can't
That's
go back
true.
to that and do much.
There's
I
nothing to
don't
be
think.
done but wait.
Yeah.
So tomorrow I'm going to a paramotor event. I'm going to see hundreds of people I don't see very often. How much longer do you think I can grow it
Oh,
overnight?
I think it's hat season, buddy.
Woody, let me.
You don't want
say-
to even see around your ears. You're wearing like a fishing hat.
No, Woody's got the
Beady.
physique for
Got
like.
lures in it.
I think Woody has the physique for that Keith Urban cowboy hat now, though.
Mm.
The like the not the working man's cowboy hat, the silly one that's made to look nice and fishing.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I got
Well,
one of
let's
those.
see what they have. I'm going to Georgia.
Rocking Boonie
I'm
hat.
going
Oh.
to Macon-ish, south of Macon.
Oh yeah, they got a nice burn clinic down there.
Oh, maybe
That
pop
might come in
in.
handy.
Yeah, they really do. They'll hook you
Sometimes
right
I
up.
like to go to burn clinics and just be grateful.
Dude, you know, you're-
Sometimes I like to barge into burn clinics and peruse around and just be thankful for my life.
That's the most evil thing ever. You get nothing from that other than
they'll
yeah.
let you right in too. They don't even charge. They don't even charge.
No, I go to the
A
NICU
room
with
to room.
photos of my friends' healthy kids. All sorts of
That's so fucked up. I have a hard time.
you walk into every room and scream at the person you see and just go to the next room and keep doing that.
I bring a gun and a mask to remind them it can always be worse.
Prank a gun.
Be thankful for your situation.
Yeah,
Dude.
all burn clinics are free if you show up with a gun, right?
Oh yeah,
Just let yourself
movies, all
in.
sorts of things.
It is springtime in the paramotor world. So
And in the
everybody's
real world.
flying again. Wait, what'd you say?
I said, and in the real world.
Touche. But everyone's flying again in springtime. Everybody's rusty. No one has any skill. And it's just like injury report after injury report. Like I know a guy broke his leg. He was doing low acro. Something went wrong. He had no time to throw his reserve. He landed in the trees and his leg's broken. That sucks. It sucks and it sounds bad. It looks like the UFC injuries. But they're like walking on it the next day with a rod in the middle. And you get a full recovery if it's just a broken bone.
Was it like bone out? Like what's that called? Compound fracture?
It is
Compound
called a
fracture,
compound
yeah.
fracture, and I'm not 100% sure. I saw the photos, but not of the body, just of the crash site.
That's one of my biggest fears of the compound fracture. I thought I had one once when I broke my ankle playing baseball, and it made an audible pop. Like I heard it, like break. And you feel it too. It's like it's a bone snapping. That's what it feels like. I don't know how to describe it. Something happens in your leg and you feel it. And I was so afraid to look down. I couldn't look down because I was in my head. It was this. It was like two jagged pieces of like
Yeah,
shin bone.
Shattered bone.
Yeah, but no, it was just broken ankle. I think you're coming to this pretty injury free, and I bet that's because of your workout routine, your stretching, all the stuff you do. Like
Could be.
And being good at flying, probably.
I've been watching a YouTube
not
channel.
flying.
Oh, and being better at flying than the rest of them have.
There's like a risk profile. Like here's how the other guy hurt himself. He chopped off the front of his finger. So this is what he likes to do. While flying around, he throws like toys and stuff to kids on the ground, like little parachute army men and things like that. All right.
What the fuck?
I think they literally he's known for doing it, and they asked him to come.
Yeah,
do it.
he's
You're
wanted for it. Yeah, they got his picture on
right in the post office. They have his photo up. So he goes there, and I'm told they're like good quality guy. He's like, these aren't the cheap ones with the flags. I don't know. I'm not familiar with my parachute toys, but he's throwing quality parachute toys and maybe candy like out of his paramotor above a crowd.
Okay.
Already, I'm like, I don't love this, right? Like, there aren't many rules that govern paramotors, but the few that exist are different variations of, dude, the way you do this, only you get hurt. Like, don't fly over people, don't fly around people, don't fly into airport, like controlled airspace. Like,
A good rule.
there's no rules because the only guy that gets fucked up during this is you. So the few rules we have are like, don't fly over children, maybe. So anyway, but that's his thing. And he throws toys down to the kids, and let's assume he doesn't fly directly over them out of charity. And one of the toys gets stuck in the netting. Behind you, there's like this big net that separates you from the prop. So in flight, he's trying to fish out the toy from the netting. He gets the parachute out, but the little dude stuck in the netting, and he's working it, and he chops off the tip of his finger. And he's like, it didn't hurt at first, but it just felt like it was struck with a hammer. And then it's profusely bleeding, maybe an index. It's profuse, index or middle, one of those. Yeah. And it's bleeding a lot. He kind of forgot about flying for a moment, like he had other things on his mind, although flying should be his top priority. And he manages to then he puts some thought into it. He's like, I'm going to land right here in this football field where there's lots of people around who can kind of take care of me and organize a bit of a rescue, which I think was a good move. I'm glad he didn't fly all the way back to wherever he came from. And he puts it down, and they do just what he said. And I assume he landed well, but it's bleeding profusely on the ground, and they call an ambulance perhaps, and he gets medically. It's all sewn up. I think he basically lost his fingernail. It's shorter by a fingernail.
Oof.
That's not that bad.
It's not.
If he just lost that much. I mean, aesthetically, it's not the most pleasing thing, but it's funny because I'm sure that fingertip made it to the crowd below as well. And there are and there are these toys that they used to at Halloween, and it's the end of a finger. And your finger goes in it, so you can do that little trick. You'd be like, I'm sure that happened. I doubt a child grabbed it.
I hope a child was like, I got it. Sorry, we joke, bro. But if he sees this, but I don't know. It's like, here we are. Season started up. Here come the injuries. Soon some fool is going to start this thing on the ground and chop his head off. There's a guy.
I forgot about that guy.
The most irritable guy in the entire paramotor community has had two major accidents. One, he was flying low with no outs in case his motor broke. Every time you land, you turn your engine off. So it's not this big catastrophe unless you have no place to land, which is what happened to him. And he landed in the trees, and he slammed down, and he got really hurt. Recovers, comes back, starts his motor on the ground, chops a big he's got a lump in his head now and a bald spot from skull damage. And now every time he gives me shit online, and he gives me shit for no reason, I'll be make a helpful, hey, here's this wing is a little more aggressive and that wing inflates well, and he'll be like, here it is, Mr. Know-it-all, telling people how to fly. Dude, I was being so nice, and you're an asshole out of the blue for no reason. This guy is a dick. You'll just have to trust me. And I'm like, do you have some sort of brain injury that causes you to come at me aggressively like this? Do you have a CTI perhaps?
No, all you do, just send him a listing for a local to him toupee shop. and that's it.
I'm going to do that.
That's it.
Telling you like his flat top haircut. You've never seen one like that.
I can't throw tons of haircuts right now. Give me some time.
That dude's, for those who don't understand what that guy did, that guy started his fucking mini plane on the ground off his back and then stuck his head in it head first. This is the guy who doesn't like people giving advice in a certain way. This is the guy who calls people Mr. Know-it-all. Right? That's the equivalent. That's the equivalent of falling and the baseball bat ends up your asshole. Okay. After that, you don't shit on the guy teaching t-ball. Okay?
You can't even go to the hospital.
They don't let you in the park after you've ended up with a bat up your ass. Okay. You can't be trusted around children anymore.
So Wendigoon, we're talking about all these grievous injuries. Yeah. What is the worst injury you've ever sustained?
I do need to comment on that skull thing because I do have a related story. I was in Nashville one night. With a group of friends, and we were just on the strip, and this guy comes by, and he's in a wheelchair, and he's asking people for handouts, and he's like, you got any money, blah blah blah. So he comes by us, and we're just like, I don't have any cash, sorry. And he turns, and when he turns in the wheelchair, we were facing the right side of his head. He turns, and the left side is completely scalped, it's just bone, his whole skull up there. So of course me and all my friends are like pointing at it and everything. So now he's going down the row of people in the other direction where they can see his skull. Sure enough, he gets a couple groups down, and some girl sees him and screams because, as you can imagine, and he just stops and then blank face stares at her and says, "If you give me $5, you can touch it."
See, that's a guy playing the hand he was dealt.
He tried the civil way first, and he's like, all right, second pass, and then turns around. Poor guy.
What kind of last of the Mohicans scenario did he end up in?
I have absolutely no idea. It was funny because another guy came out of a bar.
Is this guy in Nashville? Is that him?
That's him. Get him.
Oh no.
So someone stumbled out of a bar, this like really drunk guy, and he goes, "Yo, what's that?" And the guy in the chair mumbled something to him, and the guy who's drunk like did not process whatever he said and just stared and goes, "Is that like your skull?" And yeah, so it was an event.
Dude.
Well, was it? Do they not put some skin back on there?
Normally they do, but this guy, obviously he was in a not great situation, whatever his healthcare situation.
It sounds like what it sounds like to me is that he had a much more minor injury, and because he's homeless, it has like gotten necrotic and like wasted away, rather than some scalping incident where like a monkey or a metal lathe or a native savage, scalped him. Or none of those things.
He wasn't starting up his plane on the ground.
Head infection. A homeless man with like a head infection is the most likely thing, because I've seen that. I bet you guys have seen it too. The homeless people who, like, when they take their boot off that's been on for 3 years, their foot is mostly skeletonized and there are maggots actively feeding on the inside.
I've only seen that online. I've never seen a homeless person.
All the time. Of course, I've not seen it in real life.
I don't know what kind of life you lead.
I like playing stupid because that way when I'm actually stupid, like, people can't tell. So I was having this conversation. I was having this conversation with somebody the other day, and like blank serious conversations. We had gone from like economics to like I don't know, save investments, and then I was like, we're talking about lifestyles now, and I was like, I've been thinking about doing some outdoorsy stuff, some camping. I've seen this real upkick of urban camping. There's these guys over under the bridge near my house. They've just little tents popped up, and those guys just live out there, and I think it's a cool lifestyle. I'm gonna try to get into it.
It saves a lot of money.
I'm gonna try to be homeless.
I feel like if you could live in a tent for just a year, you'd save like what, $20,000 in rent.
They're like
money for hepatitis treatment.
They're like, those people don't have homes, and a lot of them are mentally ill. Like, they're trying to be kind to me, and I'm like, no. I see them out there. They've got like lawn chairs. They're relaxing. They're definitely not trying to like get a job or anything. Look, if they were homeless, they'd be out working to get a job or something. They wouldn't be just relaxed. One was asleep out there in the middle of the day. I had stuff to do, and he was napping. No way.
Now hold on, Kyle.
These guys are millionaires.
Was this when you visited Wings? Because that's just South Carolina from the south.
Dude, hear me out on this. This will take a minute. I went to the Harley Davidson dealership, and the lead salesman there and I were talking about being rich versus being wealthy, stuff like that. And he asked, "Is LeBron James rich?" And the answer was no. I'm sorry. Yes, he's not wealthy, though, because LeBron James has to show up tomorrow morning and do what someone tells him to. He's still under contract, right? There's still some man with his foot on the back of LeBron James's neck, even though he's probably threatening $1 billion. He's just rich. The guy that pays LeBron James, he's wealthy because that guy sets his own lifestyle. By that measure, the people that Kyle doesn't want to give money to are also wealthy. There's no one telling them what to do. They wake up every day and decide what they want to do, not what they have to do.
At what point did I say I didn't want to give money to them? I drive by every day and throw a fistful of pennies at them.
Is it still in the roll?
I shoot silver dollars out of a t-shirt cannon at those ungrateful cunts. Oh, I have head trauma.
On the overpass.
Yeah, we'll pay for it with the $7 I gave you, dumbass. Do you ever think like that Sunny episode? It's like when you drive by a homeless guy with a mouthful of champagne and you spit it on him, and he doesn't even get a full mouthful; he just gets a little taste. It's just like
but good life.
Wendigoon, you were talking about. No, you're fine. You started to go into your worst injury. I was interested in that.
Yeah, so I've actually, knock on wood right now, never had a broken bone. Somehow I've managed to live, I guess, just pampered enough to where that hadn't happened. Some of the most painful injuries I ever had, one was during baseball. I remember I took a fastball to the funny bone. That was
yeah.
not fun. I thought I broke it. I didn't. I just like was in misery for a bit. Got on base though. There was that. The single most painful event of my life was when I was 10 or 11 years old. I had a couple baby teeth that stuck around way too long. They wouldn't come out. And it's because the root never eroded away and they never fell out. So I had to get them removed by a dentist. And the dentist was like, oh, well, we'll just give him a shot of lidocaine. The root's probably, already done and it'll be fine. So he gives me the shot like back behind where the infection and the buildup is from everything. And then goes in front of the infection to where the teeth are and starts to pull them out. And I was in the most pain ever. I was screaming. There had to be like the assistants hold me down to the chair. And my mom was like, is he okay? And I'll never forget the dentist going, oh, he's just overreacting a little bit. I wanted to strangle him to death right there. I hear
what a terrible dentist.
Oh, I was so furious. That clinic shut down, by the way. You get what you pay for. That guy, I hear him rip out the first one. He goes, oh, this has still got a root. Oh well, and then just immediately goes for the
Goebbels DMD. Oh my god!
Yeah, he's got a lunch he's got to make, so you got to deal with it. That fucking sucks. Tooth stuff is notoriously the worst. Everyone says because it's so close to your head.
Well, you got to apply the anesthetic.
Like to this day, I refuse to go get my teeth cleaned at any place twice because once they think I'm comfortable there, it's like now they're going to get me. I'm going somewhere else. Yeah.
Tooth cleanings are a scam. Just drink water.
Big dentist.
Oh, what? You can't gargle on your own? You need Mr. Thirsty to be part of the scenario? Get out of here.
You just eat something gritty. I eat 2 tablespoons of sand a day.
Now,
and my oral health is
you don't swallow the sand. You rinse it around and then spit it out.
Oh, that's why I'm having so many GI issues.
I can't imagine. That's gotta be the hardest shit ever.
I shit once a month, and it's absolutely grueling.
I'm not sure, but I think maybe if you eat a little bit of limestone in your diet, you'll create concrete turds. Maybe they're a little limestone away.
Taylor's like a cat. His whole gut's just compacted. Got it all out.
Wendigoon. Your channel is fascinating. For those who don't know, Wendigoon does all sorts of conspiracy theories and creep shit. He does icebergs about creepy stuff and some more mundane stuff as well. Very interesting stuff. I recently was a month and a half ago, watched one of your videos, and it was about a mystery that I had heard of before, but the time I'd heard of it before was probably from like one of those like Fox specials where they leave it up in the air. Was it aliens or the devil?
It's one of the two.
50-50.
It's definitely one of them.
But it was, and I think it might be one that I have mocked on here before because of one of the facts in the case. So this is you'll know right away. I know the pieces. This is the one where that lady survivalist led her group of student survivalists, and only one ended up surviving their retreat, and that person that was a young lady, and she reported the rest of the group like falling ill, going into seizures, clawing at their skin, their faces and stuff, and dying subsequently. And she couldn't understand or make what was happening, and so she just fled. And like 2 or 3 more days later, they found her, but then they didn't go back for the bodies for like couple weeks or something like that. By then the evidence was so and no one's ever really figured out, but it's could you help me out with like what
Absolutely. Yeah. So that's the Kamar Duban Pass. That's the region where it happened in I think it was the 80s, if I remember correctly, 80s 90s, on the border of Russia and Kazakhstan in a region known as like the Kamar Duban mountain region. I gave most of the details in the video, but the short run through is that this lady was known for taking these groups of hikers on these like week-long hiking trips up into the mountains around Kazakhstan, which are pretty considerable mountains. You've got to be like a decent survivalist to begin with to get up there. And this specific group that she went with was a group of her students, so to speak, who she'd been doing it with for a couple of years. So they were like very experienced. And this pass that they were going on wasn't particularly hard by any means. It was comparatively easy. They had taken all the food that they needed for the amount of time given. There was other groups who were hiking the mountain at the same time that they had planned to have rally points where they would meet up and then continue. And then one day, I believe it was about 5 days into the trip, the other group she was supposed to meet with did not see her at one of these rally points, or her group. And it had rained the day before. So there's a good idea for what the region's like. It had rained the day before, so they just figured, oh, well, they probably just got slowed down because of the rain. And we'll see them whenever we get there. But sure enough, they get to the bottom of the mountain, and that group isn't there. So eventually they launch an investigation. People start looking. And then about 3 days later, one of the students who was in that group shows up at a local city. And she goes to the police and tells them the whole story. The exact details of what she said isn't known. And then 2 weeks after that, and that's like one of the real suspicious details of the case. They didn't launch an investigation for 2 weeks. Weather was pretty clear at the time. 2 weeks later, they go look for them up on top of the mountain. And then there is video footage of the entire search for them and their eventual finding of the body. And then I believe it was 6 people. The survivor made 7. 6 people, all within a couple hundred feet of each other, are just lying dead in a clearing on top of the mountain. They're like, a couple of them are lying next to each other. One of them's like more towards the woods as if they're running away. 2 more together at the front of the woods. And it starts to paint a really weird picture. The initial idea at the time was that the survivor had murdered the others, because logically, if 6 people die, only 1 comes back, that would be the solution. However, there was no evidence on the bodies that there was any kind of fight or any kind of strangulation marks or whatever. But then even more suspiciously, after doing a full autopsy, there was no evidence of anything that happened to these bodies. They just kind of dropped over. There wasn't signs that you would see in hypothermia, like late stage, what is it? Like the lung fluid starts to contract or recede or whatever. And the skin of the bodies were too decomposed at this point to see if they were frozen up or anything. So it remained a total mystery of what had happened for about 20 years. Eventually, a reporter, actually it's more like 30 years, it's like 28. A reporter eventually tracked down the one survivor and asked for testimony, because what had happened is she gave the police a testimony and then never mentioned it to anyone else. So she finally sat down with the reporter after 30 years and gave her side of the story and said that what had happened is they were just walking down the mountain. Everything was normal. It had rained the day before, although they were okay. They had ate breakfast. And then one of them starts screaming and coughing up blood. And then it was the teacher, runs over to help him out. She kneels down next to him and immediately starts coughing up blood too. She looks up at the group and blood is running out of her eyes, and she's telling them to get away. So, of course, the 5 remaining begin to freak out and run. And as they're running, one of the guys drop. Exact same thing happens to him. One of the girls, I think it was maybe his girlfriend or something, comes back to help. Same thing happens later. To her.
Carry on.
Yeah, it's like such a weird, bizarre story.
Yeah.
Eventually, the rest of them run, and the only one who keeps running and does not succumb to whatever's happening is the one girl who ended up being a survivor. She had enough temporary shelter on her back that she was able to set up camp for the night, although all of the food was with the people who had died. So the next day she did the math and was like, I can't walk for 4 days without food or water. I'm going to have to go back to the bodies. So the next morning she gets up, she goes back to the bodies, and they're all still laying there. They're in the exact same position that they had dropped down at. So she took her food and managed to make the hike. The 4 days, went to the police station. And the reason she said that she had never told that story is because she assumed no one would believe her and would think that she's covering up for some reason. Because, if one girl survives a hiking trip and is like, no, they all started bleeding from the face, that's going to cause some suspicion, which is the reason she told
when
them.
they found the bodies, and you were saying they didn't see anything about them having died in a curious condition. Mm-hmm. What about all the vomiting and the blood and the
it had been 2 weeks outside, so the top layer of skin was just darkened, sunken in across the face. All the blood at that point had either, whenever someone dies outside in the woods, there's a lot of bloating and pustules and other gross stuff.
Not to mention the crows had picked these people's eyeballs out, and like the foxes ate their lips off. Like God knows what was left of them.
Yeah, it probably looked pretty bad.
You can't see like the full body on the video, but he comes up to someone who's laying face down, and you can see his hands, and they're just like black and emaciated. So they're in a pretty rough condition. They weren't able to tell anything like if they're
like one of those Everest bodies you see.
Yeah.
Where it's like they look like a really old piece of dog shit.
So I think one of your explanations, and probably the one that you think is the best, is what I agree with, and it makes a lot of sense to me. But before we I feel like it's almost a spoiler. Let's see what Woody and Taylor, do you guys have any theories about like what could have gone wrong here?
So she didn't murder them.
You know where this happened, the time
that was
of
one
year,
of the theories.
And you know the roughly the
I like this game, Kyle. This is good.
The murder thing. The murder thing doesn't make sense because you said it was a woman who survived, and it was a group of people who would have like fought back if someone was just like sort of willy-nilly murdering.
Yeah, the survivor was like.
What about poison? Girl. Like, could you poison? Are there any berries that cause symptoms what they experienced, or any food like that in the region?
Go ahead.
Well, they're all survivalists, right? Like they know the poison.
They could be bad ones.
From the good.
I painted something today. It's terrible.
But these are.
Taylor, I don't like the way you're doing this. You need to lay out your
let me lay this out. So
Wendigoon
gave you like the fast forward version, but these are the best. This lady, like I think I've made fun of her before in the past. Like some lady led a bunch of kids up into the wilderness, and then they all ran out of their tents naked at night and froze to death. Like I think that's what I had heard. But no, like she was a legit like fucking Sarah Connors style survivalist lady who knew her shit and knew how many calories each person would need to be eating each day down to 100 calories. And like she was an expert.
Here's my theory.
Okay.
She looked at her food supplies, determined that there wasn't enough for everyone to live, found some way to kill the people around her so that she could, and made it out.
Okay. So murder is
the way I'm going on this.
Okay.
All right.
Did she report that they were like short on food during their expedition? I guess if you murdered someone for food, you wouldn't.
They could have made it out. They could have made it out without food as long as they had water, right? Because like they're survivalists.
4 days. Yeah.
To continue giving the facts, whenever they found the bodies, most of them had their food supplies still on them that hadn't been ate through.
Okay.
Indicating that they didn't starve. So.
Oh, I'm gonna change my answer. There was a romance thing. She didn't like. There was some sort of interpersonal thing going on.
7-way, and she wanted to be she wanted a good old fashioned traditional 4-way.
Wait, God intended.
Like this guy,
Four men,
that guy. This guy like a girl, but she wanted to be liked instead. So she murdered like 3 or 4 of them, so they wouldn't know she was targeting that girl in particular.
Or maybe
but it all happened so quickly, apparently, because they're all in that little area.
Well, if I thought it was that, I would probably imagine a scenario where she killed one girl, but then she got caught, and like maybe they were like, you killed Amber, we're telling on you when we get back, and then she poisons everybody that night. Like
just became a brawl. Oh, you're saying she killed them after one murder? I see what.
Yeah. Because what are they gonna do? Arrest her? They're 4 days out. They're like, I can't believe that's what would happen. They'd be like, I can't believe you killed Amber. And you know, maybe they got into a fight.
You don't tie him up or something. If someone murders someone on a camping trip, you don't go, hey, strike one, Buster. That's fucking absurd. No, you would tie them up and leave them, if anything. Like,
if it was a cute girl and there were other girls there to be like, Mark, you're not gonna tie up Becky, are you? Her hands are turning blue. She said she can't breathe. What do you mean she can't breathe? Her hands are tied. She can't breathe.
I don't imagine.
You cut those ropes just to avoid the screaming.
This is funny because
that's how it happened. And then one guy got so tired of it, he tied them all up, and then
he just left them.
Just a random woodsman was like,
all 6 of them were tied up in one circle. Crazy how bears do that randomly.
Yeah, it's interesting. I'm trying it. There must be an answer to this that you guys know. I don't want you. I keep going back to poison. I don't understand what can make everyone do the same thing.
Yeah, according to my theory, the one that like I subscribe to, you're not far off with the poison.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
I was about to say that. Yeah.
What do they suspect?
Spill the beans, Wendigoon. Tell
I'll
them.
spill the beans. All right. So this is kind of like a bit of a cheat because you didn't know this information going in. However, this region of the Kamar Duban region, which is again on the border,
it's full of ghosts.
Very haunted.
Notoriously full of ghosts.
The ghost.
It's the home of the Ghoul King.
Oh yeah, it's a bad area where we got bad with ghosts. Lousy with ghosts. Yeah.
Right with
ghosts.
All right, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's ghost season up there. You jest, but this is how most of the theories I read about. This is where they come from.
Fun. I like it.
They are. Anyway, so that region that's on the Russian border was used during the Cold War as a weapons testing facility. That is an openly documented fact that they would use the mountains to test mortar fire or artillery barrages, and most importantly for this story, gas attacks. There are specific strains of nerve gas that were tested in the region at that time that can last in the air for, I think some of them are up to like a year and a half. Like once they're detonated, they just have to disperse and then hopefully no one breathes it in. And a lot of them were detonated like in these completely obscure like canyons and mountains for that reason. Most importantly to this story, most of them are pliable to water. So if you were to physically flush a region or wash it, it would cause the gas to not be destroyed, but to move somewhere else. So the theory that a lot of people subscribe to, and the one that makes the most sense to me, is that they're hiking down the mountainside, and then it had rained the day before, which again matters for this story. So it rains, and this rain causes a washout of a mountain, a canyon, a valley, or something, and causes the gas to move along the mountainside. This group of hikers are then walking, and it's also important for this story. This was like in the final years of the Cold War, whenever stuff like nerve gas was being developed a lot. So it makes sense that if they did test it, it would still exist around there. So they're walking down the mountainside, and then all it takes, I forget what the name of the one I showed in the video was that was tested in that region, but it is so effective that like half of one of Kyle's vape hits would kill you instantly. It just takes a very minute amount. So as it's flooding through the region, one of them just breathes in a little bit, and that would immediately cause the lining of their lungs to begin to fall apart. It would cause the bleeding of the eyes and other soft tissues. Another detail I didn't mention, according to the survivor... Kyle's dying. Yeah, see, like that, the nerve gas, there it goes. What I saw that scratching your eyes. What I didn't mention is one of the girls who was affected, according to the survivor, she started bashing her head onto a rock and like scratching at her throat, indicating that it was painful or she could feel something in there. So that would explain what Kyle's about.
What about the rock? Because of the pain?
Oh, well, she would have been feeling like the inside of her eyes and like nasal cavity bleeding and flaring out. And according to this girl, she just started hitting her head against a rock as she was dying.
That is so fucked up.
Yeah, it's pretty brutal. That would also explain why one of them got affected, and then the person who came to stand in the same spot they were also got infected. There's also the very important mention from the survivor that it was foggy on the mountain that day, which could have not entirely been fog. So yeah, the theory that a lot of people go with, and I'm not the only harebrained one, this is kind of like the consensus online, so to speak.
No, I'm in, man.
That they were victims of old Soviet weapon testing. So
yeah, that makes when you said that in your video, I was like, yes, that checks too many boxes with it's in the right region, the right time frame, and the right effects. And I don't know anything. I'm sure there's some poisons that would cause that, but none that should be there other than the ones that were being tested there in the region. Now, whether it was a cloud of it that like moved in a special, unique way, that I'm not so sure. I could easily see one of them found the shell and had it in his bag. And then maybe the cops found it and were like, oh, call the military. And the military was like, you never saw this. Like something like that could have happened. But
that's
because the cloud seems like funky to me.
That's also part of the reason. So her original police statement was never published. She said later that's the story she told the police, and they kept it confidential for some reason. And that's also why people think the police didn't investigate for 2 weeks. because the police are like, oh, well, that's the old weapons testing. We want to make sure that stuff clears out of the area before we go up there and go looking.
Because the military is like, hey, police, give us 2 weeks. And then trust me, you can walk on as much grass and turn over as many leaves as you like.
During the Cold War, anything like that would have been suppressed. The United States was suppressing tons of stuff, and the Soviets were even worse. You needed to hide every failure because it made you, it was life or death. If it looked like they might win that launch sequence battle, then they might actually do it. That's why you had to stay a step ahead, or at least so we were told. Yeah. I'm watching a TV show right now called Project Bluebook. I think it was on History or A&E, and it's got the guy who played Littlefinger in Game of Thrones in it, and it's kind of like a throwback X-Files. So it's got an Army captain or an Air Force captain, and then Littlefinger, who's like a scientist, and they're being sent by the government to debunk alien sightings. It's pretty
interesting. So it's like based off of like older official reports or what have you?
Yeah, it's all based off of some actual stuff that happened. It's totally been like changed to be entertaining as a show, because like they're like I don't know, I'm maybe 4 episodes in and they found an alien in a tank.
Whoa, okay.
And Werner von Braun comes out and he's like, oh, you found my rhesus monkey. You wouldn't believe the thing space would do to a rhesus monkey. And it was like, trust me, it was a fucking alien in the tank. Okay, there's no doubt. It wasn't even a foggy tank. It was and they're like, that was not a fucking monkey. You gotta hear a goddamn monkey. So it's kind of funny at times, but it's also got that sort of Cold War Russian spy sort of, and then all that, the government's like either wanting to suppress or hide or cover up or do it and killing U.S. citizens if they need to like keep their secrets. It's fun.
Have you been asked if jet fuel can melt steel beams, Wendigoon? What's your take?
Oh boy, go to the comments of any of my conspiracy series. Yeah, pretty much.
I was told to ask you.
Interesting. Okay. That's a complicated question. No, I'm kidding. Yes, it can. Anything can destroy anything of a given temperature if given enough pressure and specifically tension. Like, if you hold up a jet fuel lighter to like a perfectly fine steel beam, it won't. But when you put the weight of the top of a skyscraper and it's about to break, and then you apply heat, So
I think what's often discounted that like when you have a skyscraper like that with windows blown out on either side full of jet fuel, you've sort of created a bit of a furnace. Like you can create a furnace in your backyard where you get the wind moving correctly over the flames, and you can melt steel in your backyard with wood and some bricks. So
I guess so. Yeah,
that's what our ancestors did.
Yeah, the wood will burn hotter in a furnace than it would otherwise
because it's set up for the airflow to create this like siphoning effect. I don't know what it's called with
chimney
gases. Yeah, like a chimney effect. So it's and if you've got some form of bellows to like add air, and the way to do that now is to take a hair dryer and run aluminum foil like out the end of it so you don't melt the end of your hair dryer. But if you stick that in, you can make a crazy bellows that the ancients would have been pumping some poor slave man. But yeah, you can melt steel real quick in your backyard with wood.
They'd be so proud of you. Your ancients would be so proud of you wiring a funnel to a hair dryer.
And what is steel?
But yes, it can't. Like, correct. It does not melt steel beams if you normally hold it up, but in the conditions given, absolutely. Just like the rest of the building,
it melts it and then it makes it fall at free fall speed. We all know that. I like knowing one or two things about every conspiracy and being and that's bad. Yeah, that's true. And then someone's like, but what about this? And you're like, well, I didn't know that. Like, obviously, I didn't.
I was having
Google
fun.
It. Yeah.
Now you made it not fun.
Yeah, I know there. I know I can Google skinwalkers and see that some scientist did a study that they're not real, but that's not fun.
Nobody's proven that the skinwalkers aren't real because they can't be disproven.
The skinwalker says so.
It's an unfalsifiable hypothesis. Yeah, Dr. Walker. Yeah, what are you doing, Dr. Skinwalker?
It's always funny to like one up people who legitimately believe in conspiracy theories. Like, if someone's like, "Oh, you really think jet fuel can melt steel beams?" You're just like, "You think New York is real?" Like,
yeah,
you think there's people who
think any of that happened?
you go into your fridge, you grab a cold meal, you open your magic microwave, put it in there for 20 seconds, and it comes out hot, and you buy this? Come on.
I know the elves in your microwave. Switch it out when you're not looking. Now, why do you think you have to put the cover back over it? Duh.
Yeah.
So you don't see a
I don't understand.
We were just talking last week about how we don't know, we personally don't know how most of our technology works.
No, any of it, man. Let's be real.
99% of it. If I couldn't duplicate it with a hammer and nails or pipe and glue, I don't get it. I can explain to you how a generator works, but I don't know
how to build it. Yeah.
No. I don't know how that electricity comes out. I don't quite understand that part. And that's the most simple of things. And
I get the general idea that you rotate a magnet or something inside an electrical field and that makes electricity, but there's something in there missing.
Yeah.
Where do I put the wires on the out and how do I get the light bulb?
We're stripping some electrons away from the air. I don't
that sounds right.
Where are we compiling all these electrons? And what is if all these atoms are losing electrons, what's happening to them now? What are they being turned into now? What kind of atoms are they now?
Go away.
They
become energy, right?
Oh, well, okay. That's a lot simpler than we thought. Then we just solved that one.
I was asking. I don't know.
No. I'm thinking that was a statement you made, not a question.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, we just figured out how electricity works. How long did it take those ancients to do that?
Idiots.
I don't know. I don't know how they got all those big rocks.
Works.
Yeah, they didn't know how generators work. They seem to do some pretty cool things with levers to make the pyramids.
Oh, what? You got some cool triangles? Whatever.
Yeah, it's like, what's the secret behind this? Levers?
Every time
slaves.
Every time I see one of those scientists being like, we don't know what's at the bottom of it or inside of it, I'm like, tear the motherfucker down. Why don't they tear that fucking thing down and see what's in there?
Yeah. Or make something up until you know the answer. Satiate me.
I want them to tear it down. I wish they would tear those pyramids down. I'm sure they're fucking.
I don't think that's a popular position.
The Egyptians,
I like them.
You can't have it.
They've been resting on their laurels for too long. They need to make something new, like a roller coaster.
I give them 2 thumbs up. I like.
Or integrate the roller coaster into the pyramid.
What if there's one in there and they've been hiding it? Thank you. That's half my channel. I appreciate it.
You could do your hair like him, and you wouldn't be like.
You know what's funny about your suggestion, Kyle, is like I was like, no, keep the pyramids. The roller coaster idea has me titillated. I like that. You go up one side, you go down the other, and then it wouldn't be a roller coaster per pyramid. It'd be one continuous metal coaster that you're going through all the way.
Yeah.
You get to see fucking King Tut.
And the rides named themselves. It's like
yes.
Yeah.
King Tut's tomb.
King Tut's tomb.
Did they ever end up exhuming King Tut after everyone died? Or did they just leave it as an exhibit? I
bet they got in there, saw what was up. Like they were curious.
Well, they broke it open. They're like, this thing says that anyone who opens this door will die, and then all 7 of them died.
Really?
Yeah, they all died. Everyone who opened up King Tut's tomb.
They died 45 years later of type 2 diabetes?
Heart attacks. Yeah, they just randomly fell over.
Well, maybe the Soviets were testing weapons at the pyramids.
King Tut's got a bunch of nerd cats.
Have you ever seen? They did. Is that? I think that thing with Mercury wasn't. I think that was in China with those. What's the?
What do you mean?
Where they've got the soldiers buried, the terracotta army thing.
Yeah.
Were there like pools of mercury there or something like that?
Yeah, there was a bunch of weird elements. I think I've heard the pools of mercury before being there. I know there was a ton of what's that super stuff that comes off meteors? It's like a cobalt metal that's only found like through meteors in that region.
Shock quartz.
Yeah, there's like all these weird metals like gathered up among them and stuff. The pools of mercury thing sounds right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, what do you when you say pools of mercury? What do you, I don't understand. So like
as an ancient booby trap.
So how do you are there amounts of mercury that they had access to back in those days to make like pools of it?
If you're, I don't know, if you they built a terracotta army for shits and giggles, they could probably get together a few hundred gallons of mercury.
Yeah, but they had clay to build the terracotta army and shit. Like, where does okay? If this is dumb, I'm joking. Where does mercury come from?
If
what do you do?
It's an element. It's in the ground.
If you dig enough, you'll find it. It's down
is
there
that real?
somewhere.
You just keep mining for mercury?
You just keep digging.
It's a metal, yeah, that is naturally in its liquid state at normal temperatures to us. Its freezing state is much higher. Technically, most things have a melting point of some kind. It just so happens to be a metal that's liquid. That's melting point is above like our normal temperatures, which is why it's a liquid.
It's interesting. I just, for some reason, I thought mercury was like difficult to come by as far as elements.
Oh, it's really fun to play with. You can order it off of Amazon, and you just pour it in your hands and play with it and stuff. Put it in your mouth. You put it in your mouth, and like it stays liquid. What?
Oh yeah,
it's funny. No, it's really
I brush my teeth with it.
Like, it'll stick to your teeth and turn solid because your teeth are a little cooler if you like. And now you got metal teeth, and you're like Jaws from that movie.
I idolize the ancient Romans, so I want to go insane at 60, like
and then you die.
Yeah, from like
heavy
metal poisoning.
Yeah, from incredibly toxic metal poisoning. That's how Ivan the Terrible died. He should
have died in a worse way. He did some rough things.
Oh, he did. He was awful. But he used to take mercury baths, apparently. He would like take a bath and then pour mercury in there, and he thought it would like help his back pain and stuff, which it made it much worse. But apparently at the end of his life, he was all decrepit and broken up because just sustained metal poisoning.
I can totally see you're in ancient times. You don't know what's up. You see a liquid metal, and your thought has to be this is so cool. Like this can only be beneficial.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, there are liquid metals that are like fun. Like and
gallium is that
gallium. You can order gallium off of Amazon in small quantities. It's not that expensive. I think you can use it to destroy. Is it aluminum?
It's aluminum. I've seen those where they take the aluminum bat and they like rub gallium on it, and then over like the next day, the aluminum just
corrodes,
becomes like a brittle cookie crust and just falls apart.
But I've used gallium to like, I don't know, it's funny to like have on your coffee table and just like pick it up and be like, oh, look at this, and drip it everywhere, and then like put it back in its puck, and it turns into a solid little puck.
So if it's just sitting on your desk, it's totally solid. Yeah. It's only when your hand heat touches it that.
Yeah, it's like chocolate.
Oh, that's pretty neat.
Melts in your mouth, not in your hand. Yeah, except it melts both.
Chocolate melts in your hand.
Yeah, that's
you can eat gallium.
M&Ms don't though.
Gallium.
They do
because of the candy coating,
red, yellow, and blue.
Yeah,
well, that's because your hands were. That's because you have moist hands.
That's because we're double fisting.
You're like licking your fingers as you're eating M&Ms.
Sweat as I open the package.
I remember a real discussion when I was a young child, like 7, 8, with my friends about like my position was that the M&Ms do not have different flavors, and they insisted the M&Ms had different flavors.
Why didn't you do a taste test?
All the M&Ms during your taste test in an effort to prove that I'm right.
I would eat some M&Ms right now. I haven't had some in a
while. I would have set up an M&M taste test, and you would blindfold the kid who was most vehement about this bullshit, and then you'd be like, all right, I'm going to give you four M&Ms here, and you tell me which colors you think they are, but you just give him 4 blues, right? And he's going to pick 4 different fucking colors, and like hopefully he doesn't even say blue, and then you just beat, and now he's blindfolded and wrong. You don't need him to know he's wrong because everyone has seen he's wrong. You can just begin to beat him now, and they'll allow it to go down because he's just fallen so many levels in the social run. He'll know. Now he knows.
Show him a lesson.
And even if
I'm not sure I followed.
No, there's not a different flavor.
We just tricked the kid, and he's got a blindfold on. He can't see, and he's like, he's doing M&Ms. So you don't see it coming.
Dude, one Skittles in there. The worst taste test of all time. It's like that would have been such a funny marketing campaign in the 90s. It's like a spoof, or like 80s whenever they're doing like Coke versus Pepsi battles. Like if Eminem and Skittles had done the same thing, like try and tell the difference. They're wildly different. Like that would have been funny marketing. They could have capitalized on that. Although I guess they didn't do that quite as much.
So it happened again. It happens. I would say every 3 or 4 years is a big story where some suave prisoner is able to honey dick one of his guards and get her to release him or even run off with him. And that happened, I guess, with that guy from Alabama, where like he's 6'9", by the way, big boy.
I saw that picture. He's enormous.
He's enormous. I could have probably worked something like that out. There was some cute, well, not really. There was some rough. That's the thing. The kind of lady who is a prison guard is a rough ass bitch. Okay, yeah. You saw this blonde lady's picture, like her top lip doesn't care. He's like, hey, and so she's got this like no top lip thing. She looks special at anyway. Like she doesn't smile like people who've ever looked it up. Like, oh, this isn't my best smile. Let's work on this a little bit in the mirror. Make sure we don't look ridiculous every time we take a picture. Like no one ever told her. She looks absurd in the picture. You can tell that she'd be easy to honey dick. And so that's what happened. He honey dicked her and she ran off with him. And they've been on like, I don't know, it's been 2 weeks now.
They've been on the lam.
See, I mean,
what is Dumbo doing over there? Look at those flappers. Yeah.
That's not his best picture. Can we see a picture? Can we see him with the beard? Because that's a better look for him.
I was looking at that sundial nose.
I forget his name. 22 lockdown, something like that. Lockdown in 23. Yeah. And he was talking about how to seduce female prison guards. And it was hilarious. Yeah, it does look better there.
Better.
He's like, you have all the time in the world. Every time you see him, just, you drop that praise on him. Baby, you look so good. Man, I appreciate you. You're so wonderful. Always, every time they go by, you can snicker when they're not there. These are 2s, but they're 10s in prison. And they just sit there and they love them up every time they pass. Give them the attention. Give them the words of affirmation. Their husbands don't. And he's like, it happens all the time. Before long, they're breaking them out. They're sneaking them stuff. He talked about how to like seduce is the wrong word because it sounds intimate, but like how to get guys on your side. It's like half of the male prison guards, they want to be cool. Some are sticklers. They want to be badasses and above you, but most of them just want to be like, hey, this is just my job. I'm not an asshole. I'm like a prisoner, but I work here, and treat them cool. He's like, I like those guys. They're good. Just, you're nice to them for a little while. Like, yeah, bro, you're like, you're one of us. Yeah, you're like not an asshole like those other prison guards. Hey, man, I got $500 for you. You can bring in a cell phone. Hey, man, I got $1,000 for you. If you can get this done, bring in some Black and Golds. I don't know what that is. Is that a cigarette?
Black and Milds, but close enough.
And he was just talking about how to over time, just be cool to these guards. Be nice to them. Get on the inside. And you have years to win them over. And I'm looking at this guy and that woman. I suspect when she goes grocery shopping, she's not the center of attention, right? But in prison, she is. In prison,
she is, because she's the only one with 2 carts.
That's great. I like.
She's the only adult sitting backwards in that little seat.
In prison, she's the cat's meow. All those guys are like catcalling her like she's the hottest thing there because she is. And so that guy is the alpha male. He's the one who landed that babe.
Well, he landed her in a world of trouble because their flee from the police ended a couple days ago in Indiana when they ended up in a high-speed chase. They had several guns, but the police must have pit maneuvered them or something because the car crashed out, and she shot herself in the head immediately because she knows better than to go to prison. And they drug his ass out and sent him back to Alabama.
Well, that took a turn. My word. Right.
Oh, you think that's funny? Did you guys see the thing I sent to you on WhatsApp of them like songify? They like made they take that mugshot of both of them and they like, I don't know, they do that new thing where they can like do like a deep fake songify thing where the heads like sing a song and it's like, even when I'm with my boo, all I think about is you. It's It's pretty dark. I got to laugh.
You had a pretty good voice in that fake song.
Yeah, thank you. And Taylor was like, "Wait, is that the prison guard who shot herself in the head?" I was like, "Yeah,
yeah, I'm evil."
I mean, I didn't make it. I'm a distributor. Okay,
I'm a businessman. I do business.
Businessman doing business over here. I sent half a dozen meme videos a day. That was just the darker one today, okay? There was some better stuff. There was that one guy who let the woman hit him at least 15 times in the face. He's taking it. He's like, all right, you're hitting me in the face now. This is you hitting me in the face. And then he hits her so fucking hard with a right hook that she gets turned off. And the best part is there's a car between her, him, and the camera woman. So it looks like she just sent her to the shadow realm. Like she fell to the floor.
There's a woman in the driver's seat filming over the car. There's a woman in the passenger seat hitting him. He isn't even like he's talking to the driver while being hit. And he's like, look, I'm being punched right now for the record. And she just repeatedly like punching him. And it's not having much of an effect. And like Kyle said, at one point he hits her back. Taylor described it as the kind of punch you can only get away with on a woman. Like you've never seen a guy load up a punch for 6.5 seconds.
Dude, throw in a right punch where it started at his left ankle. And it's just woo! And the woman did not know what was coming. And it was the after effect was hilarious because he deleted her from existence. You couldn't see her anymore. And then the woman's like, what are you doing? He's like, well, she was hitting me and I just knocked her out. And she's like, yeah, you did just knock her out. And he's like, I don't even. Well, he's like starting to realize what he did. He's like, I don't even care. Like, it's just like, it's like, no, you realize like no one's gonna take your side. It doesn't matter that you.
Oh, that's not true. I'm on
that
guy's side.
I mean people that are going to be making decisions on his life behalf.
Went over the jury for him. He put up with more than enough, I think. She hit him, I'm going to estimate, like 25, 35 times. How many times was he supposed to get hit before he defended himself?
No, I agree with that. I'm just saying in the court of public opinion, people aren't going to care for that.
I think they will.
You think so? I think it was very funny.
Okay.
And
I'm also on board.
It was bullshit because like when Woody was saying 25 to 35, no one who hasn't seen it, don't think he's exaggerating. Those are literal numbers. She probably hit him 25, 27 times before he unloaded. It's just the fact that he brought a nuke to a sidearm battle that was almost you could like the only sound louder than his like arm hitting her head was like her hitting the ground. Just like if you dropped a wet bag of potatoes.
Have you seen the video where there's a guy, he's not a tough guy, he looks like he's short and a little overweight, but he's being bullied by a child?
Yeah.
It's a great video. That guy
the kid is like pushing him against it. The kid thinks he can beat up this grown man. But this is a man with man strength. He's not the toughest guy, but he is a full-grown adult male, and he's not like
rather short.
Like, a little short, I thought. Yeah,
like maybe like 5'6".
5.
He looked really short, and that's why the kid was targeting him. He was like, "Oh, look at you, a really short grown-ass man." But it's like, oh, y'all might.
The kid was shorter than him.
Yeah.
He still had 4 inches on the kid, but he might have been 5'4".
Sure. Yeah, Costanza body type.
Stout.
But like everyone here knows, our listeners are 99.9% men. Like there's something about like testosterone strength that's just different than like prepubescent kids or girls or whatever.
Yeah, that T hit different.
Yeah. I only brought up that video where the guy eventually has enough and just, what does he slam the kid or something? Does he pick him up?
Pushes him down or
pushes him down and the kid maybe starts to cry?
If it's the one I'm thinking of, he like picks him up, right? And like then
I think
down.
I got
anyway. I'm with grown ass man's side. I'm on his side. Court of public opinion says maybe you're not supposed to beat up children. Nay. You're not supposed to beat up children unless they're asking for it.
I got a video I'll send you after the show tonight of it's in England somewhere, Britain somewhere, whatever the fuck. And like this guy's being bullied in an alleyway. He's probably 40, and this other guy's also like 40, but the other guy's like twice his size, and he's the aggressor. And this guy was painting his fence, and this guy didn't like this man was painting his own fence, and he had taken the blue paint with his finger and put it on the man's face. And now he's continuing to like bully him down the alleyway. And the guy's wife is filming from the second floor, looking down at the alley. And this guy is like, he's clearly like, I need you to hit me now for the camera so that we can do this. Like that's what he's doing. He's just like, he's got his hands down, but that his fists are clenched, and he's standing up straight, and he's just like, well, what are you gonna do about it then? Well, what are you gonna do about it then? That's all he'll say. And the big guy is just full of like insults and all sorts of stuff. Finally, big guy throws this really awkward punch that makes him kind of fall forward, and little man starts piecing him up with like first it slaps. He hits him with like a fucking Compton slap right off the bat. And the guy's like stunned by that. It's like he would have probably ran away if you'd said, get out of here. But no, he's coming with hooks. They get in close at one point because the big man like pushes him into the corner. He immediately goes to short headbutts. He's like, bam, 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 like headbutting this guy.
Nice.
It's like, get the fuck off.
that is a playing for keeps move.
And then it's just little accurate hooks, and he knocks him out 2, maybe 3 times, and the big man keeps getting up, and he'll knock him down again. And the wife is on the phone with the cops, and she's like, well, I think it's okay now. My husband's really beating him badly.
I think he won. It's okay.
Yeah.
Actually, don't send the police. The other man's dead. We're going home.
It is wild, like watching those videos compared to videos where like guys are armed or like someone's carrying a gun, because when that happens, it's just like 2 guys screaming at each other, and then like someone will gently lift their hand and be like, "What was that? A hand? Was that a fist? I saw that!" Like just like itching, both on the trigger, ready to go.
One of my favorite, one of those like in public gun self-defense. It's an older video. I'm sure you've all seen it at the bingo hall, where some literally some guy was like, this is what's gonna get me on top. I'm gonna rob a bingo hall, and like some 79-year-old man stands up and executes him like from 15 20 feet away. This guy comes in with his gun like, put your fucking hands, and this guy shoots him in the skull from 15 feet and drops him deader than dead. It barely became a scene.
Taylor.
If the gun would have been silent, the game wouldn't have missed a guess. Like how quickly this guy turned around and executed this guy.
Taylor, do you think there's any chance that right after he blew the guy's head off, he went bingo? And then like everyone
that would be great.
Frank,
No, except
Frank wins. Frank wins the lawnmower.
Yeah, Frank wins. Give him the lawnmower, everyone. He's keeping you alive today. Meanwhile, there's one like 95-year-old woman in there who's like, I thought this was finally the ticket. Like, just
There's
won't
one
die.
Who didn't notice the gunfight. She's still over there stamping, not even noticing the fucking gunfight. She's dead to the world. I want to. You talked about going to the burn clinic to feel better about yourself. Like, what are some other places that would do the trick?
Midget convention.
Oh, do you think the dating would be good there? Like, do you think that like a normie walks in and they're all just snailing around?
I imagine that you wouldn't be allowed in.
You like that one?
I like
that was evil. Evil Kyle speaking.
No, I like because they say from the one video I've watched on YouTube many years ago, I remember bits of that these midget conventions, as they're preferred to be called, are where they all have crazy tantric sex with each other a lot. They have a bunch of fun. They have a bunch of sex, and it's just little people who are allowed there. And so I would imagine if you tried to show up and be a dick and be like, I identify as a little person, they'd be like, get the hell out of here. Can you ride roller coasters? Then gone.
Go to Egypt.
Go enjoy a theme park, Tolly. That's what they say.
No, they call them biggers. We don't take kindly to these biggers.
That's hilarious.
You've seen that bit, right? The where the midget police officer pulls the guy over, and then he walks up the little ladder to pull him over, and he's like, we don't take kindly to biggers around here, boy. If
I saw it, I was so high I don't remember.
from what I understand, the guy who made that is from like the small town next to my little small town in Georgia, like maybe Madison County, Georgia. But somehow he's the same guy, I think, who does that shit where they're fake videos, but they're old school, like early aughts comedy posts, like shit posts where like a police officer is pulling over a guy driving a scissor lift and he refuses. He's drunk driving a scissor lift and the cop tries to arrest him, but he just scissors himself up too high to be arrested. Because it's a scissor lift. And,
that's hilarious.
I think he clearly has access to a police car, because a lot of his videos incorporate that and a scissor lift.
That sounds like a hilarious skit. I'm gonna look up the scissor lift skit.
Oh, they're good. I'll find it later.
And the
front page of Reddit today, the guy who was found not guilty of aggravated property damage. Did you see this? Here's the backstory. These people from the city, I presume, went to this guy's farm and they started drinking. I'm making this up. They probably like dropped their beer cans or whatever. He told them to leave and the city slickers punched him. Not cool. So he comes back with a forklift, but not the American kind you're thinking. It's like on a telescoping arm and like it can go forward and lift things and it's really agile. And he just starts fucking with their car with the forklift. He gets it on its side and rolls it off his property. And the guy's like trying to attack the driver in the door, but the vehicle is moving too much and it's just dangerous. And it doesn't move like a car like you think. Like it's like articulating in the middle and it's not dangerous to stay. I'm sorry, it's not safe to stand next to it like it is a car.
Yeah.
It almost goes sideways. And he just rolled the car off his property. Anyway, they went to...
Wait, you're missing the best part. It's much more agile than that. The best part was he hit the guy with the forks too and knocked him on his ass. he's like, imagine you turned your wheel all the way to the left, put it in reverse, and floored it. What the car would do? Like
he's just whipping it around.
He whips it around and hits this asshole with the forks and knocks him on his ass. And so what he was saying, it went to court.
How'd it go? Was he given the key to the city?
They decided that it was not an over-the-top response to the dude punching him after being evicted from his property.
Yeah, totally on board with that.
That is revolutionary knowledge because, like, the way they do it in court is always like you cannot exceed a fight's level of violence, right? So, like, if it's a fist fight, if you're not in fear for your life, can't pull a gun, right? If someone slaps you, it's not reasonable to pull out a gun and shoot him in the chest. But if someone comes at you with a knife, then it is. Like, you can't, supersede it. So that is great to know that forklifts are legally on the level of fisticuffs.
Well, that's in the UK.
It was UK.
Yeah, in the UK. Okay.
Yeah, we'll probably be more strict.
So
in the US, where are forklifts? Like, when does a fight go from fist to forklift?
Immediately.
As soon as someone hops in the driver's seat.
It's like, the fight goes like shove, fuck you, no fuck you, punch, forklift.
Now, hey, bitch, you stand here and wait 50 minutes for me to go to the warehouse I work at and steal a forklift and drive it here. You know what? This will be better on Monday. Give me your contact information. We'll work this out.
Imagine you're in a bar and you hit a guy, and then out of the corner of your eye, his wife comes around the corner on a forklift, just like bringing the reinforcements. Man.
Cheryl, bring the Bobcat around. Taking everyone with me.
Man. Have you guys ever tried to? How much do you think a Bobcat costs, Taylor? Throw a number out there.
Oh man, well, what kind are you picturing?
A white one.
A junior.
I'm going for like
those big ones that have the behind crane and the front shovel.
That's a backhoe. I'm talking about the skid steer. It's like a small front end loader.
Yeah.
What, 60 grand?
I have no idea.
Yeah, they're about 60 grand new, I think. Yeah, they're really heavy. Like my tractor. I always think
shit like that's more expensive.
My tractor weighs, I think, like 4,000 or maybe 3,500 pounds. These things weigh like 8,000 pounds. Like there's a lot of something in there somewhere. But
how much does a car weigh for the listeners?
5,000 pounds.
That's a big car. That's like what a truck would weigh, right?
I think my car weighs 5,000 pounds.
A Camaro?
Let me double check.
Well,
what's in my head?
Muscle cars, like
it's one of those numbers that's in my head.
Muscle cars are heavier.
You'll hear like ton trucks a lot. Like a ton on a truck is normal.
This says 300 to 4,100.
Yeah.
So I am incorrect.
Oh, that's pretty good. Okay.
Look at that. Steel, 32
That's
grand.
a 2006 Bobcat for $32,000. That thing, I don't know what 22 minus 6 is. No one really does, but I know that it's old.
47.
I was picturing something bigger than that.
So let me ask you this, Woody. What's your use case? What do you want to do?
With a skid steer?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there's all sorts of fun things I would do. I mean, aside from the obvious of beating up neighbors, I could make a motocross track with it. I could make a go-kart track with it.
You're gonna end that dog problem.
I could pull. They moved. I could pull fence posts out with it. Take the garbage cans to the curb with the skid steer.
Okay, counterpoint. Because I love your zeal. And it's one of your best qualities.
Woody has a lot of zeal. Life with zeal. I like that.
I'm kind of zeally.
Zealous.
No. It's not over. There should be a word for when someone has too much zeal. I can't imagine what it would be.
Can't even imagine it.
Overzeally.
I would just I would get a quote on what that BMX track or whatever it is you'd want to build would be to like have like some professionals come in and do it. Like, hey, what would this cost to do this, and the other? And I bet if you saw how low that number is, you'd be like, oh, well, I won't be buying any equipment. Of course, you could rent equipment to do this. Why don't you do that? Why don't you rent one to play with first?
That makes sense. I have done that before. When I put the swing set in Apex, I had to level the ground. So I rented a Bobcat. And it was like, I don't know how to use this, right? And they gave me like a 6-minute lesson on how to operate a Bobcat. And then I just did my best.
I mean, you can go into U-Haul and get a 28-foot truck with your license. That's a form of domestic terrorism.
You're right.
Domestic terrorism.
They're often used that way, unfortunately.
I was meaning just the average person, though.
And it's so cheap. They give that shit to you for $20 and $1 a mile, roughly. It's something like that.
Dude, it feels like you're being had at the U-Haul place because you're like, I'll have a 30-foot truck, and they're like, that'll be $19 and a promise. And you're like, what? Really? It's like, do you want my license? Just a cursory look.
Do you have one?
Oh, that guy on your license is white, and you're white. Like,
hey, look at all the progress Timothy McVeigh made with half a day's paycheck. All it took.
Look what you can do with a little determination.
Yeah, look, $40 there. Don't need to come back, but there, $40. That's all it took. So
yeah. He didn't buy the insurance because he did buy the insurance. He goes back to the U-Haul I rented exploded and killed dozens of people. I would like my money back.
That's how they caught him insurance fraud.
They had to Al Capone him.
Yeah. No, I didn't. I hadn't even gotten to load up my 1-bedroom yet. Frankly, I was stopping.
He goes back up the next day. He's like, "What are you guys putting in those trucks?"
I just parked in front of this daycare facility. The darkest thing happened.
There must be something in the air in your government buildings that sets off this truck.
Those poor children.
Soviet.
That was real sad because they had pictures of all the children and they played them one after the other. And it took a long. They got through a whole Celine Dion song, and there were still kids to show. That was sad times. I think I was about the right age to have been in one of those daycare facilities. When did that happen? Like 93, 94?
2001.
No. Oklahoma City.
Yeah, Oklahoma. The 95 Oklahoma City bombing. He died in 2001.
95, yeah.
95.
It was a response to Waco. So
yeah,
Waco was in 93 or 94, was it?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it was right after 95, yeah.
Yeah. What a fucking mess all that shit was.
Yeah. I was too young. I was only 4.
So yeah, but I've seen the videos. I was talking to my dad about Waco the other day. I don't think that those people were doing anything wrong in there. The government story we believed it back then because everybody believed it when the government said somebody was a pedophile. But like, they were like, yeah, there's this compound full of pedophiles that don't want to pay their taxes, and we're gonna go get them. Yep. And it's like, wait, what? Well, they've got.
Yeah. That was a weird, like when I never really cared that much, but I looked into it and it looked ridiculous.
So
they called it a cult.
It was a religion.
I don't know.
It was the Branch Davidians or the church.
Oh, yeah, that's a cult.
Yeah.
Oh, come on.
Kind of.
What was the name of your church, Taylor?
The Branch Davidians. That's how I know I'm an inside man.
They did have an inside man that ratted him out, who actually went back later and said he regretted doing it in the court case that followed. I've considered doing a Waco video for a long time now. I have to get my language right because it's real easy for me to get fired up about stuff like that. So I've just got to like tame myself as I go into it.
Easy for you to fly too close to the sun.
Very easy.
Yeah.
Way too close to the sun.
Might get a little too real.
If you want one that's more cut and dry, though, you could just do Ruby Ridge. Oh
boy, will I?
Are you working on a Ruby Ridge video?
I'm not going to do a Waco video without bringing up Ruby Ridge because it was the same negotiation team at both. So great job, guys.
I didn't even know that.
Yep,
they got to keep their job.
Yeah, they got promoted. As a matter of fact, the guy who was the not the lead negotiator, the lead of the fire team at Waco, was given a promotion to captain, I believe, after the events of Waco.
Oh, that seems
he was viewed in the media as taking down a dangerous group of radicals, even though everyone who was on the ground said that he had actually killed 82 children. Something along those lines. He got a star pinned on his chest, and everyone said that they didn't know that years since and regretted it. However, there are pictures of them posing with their rifles next to the bodies of children. So don't think they exactly cared that much. Like I said, see, it's easy for me to do that.
Those children could have been enemy combatants.
They could have,
They had little guns.
Guns and little grenades.
Look at this skeleton. He's clearly armed. Zap.
Nerfs of mass destruction.
One of the wildest things from that footage from the Waco thing is there's an FBI agent, maybe two, on like a landing. They've gone up one floor up a ladder, and they're on this landing, and now there's like a wall with that's the second floor with windows, and they've got guns, and I think he's got an MP5. I think I remember in his hand, and all of a sudden, machine gun fire comes from inside through the wall, and you can see the bullet holes coming out. And in the movies they'll like cut a circle in a door, but like you can't really do that most of the time. And I know I did it, but like you can't normally do that.
But you weren't about to commit an atrocity.
Yeah. But this guy from the inside is like, and you see the bullets pop, 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 and the FBI guy is like down and rolling, and he does not care that he's a floor up. And you can imagine if you're getting shot at and you're 12 feet off the ground, you're like, the ground is not. I would love to eat some ground right now. So he's just right off the roof of that building. But that's some shit that I've only ever seen in movies. That it's a trope where the bullet holes come through the wall in sequence in this perfect line. But they did it. It was wild. It had to be an AK or something like that in there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Interesting.
I know a guy who runs a merch store, and one of the pictures he has on the merch store is the ATF agent falling off the roof holding his chest, and it says "Have a nice day" across it. But yeah, I get
$5 every one.
Wow, that's so insensitive to members of the ATF.
Yeah,
who we all love.
Established people. Oh, speaking of Ruby Ridge, the only ATF agent who was convicted or any investigation who was done during that time was the sniper who took the shot that killed Vicky Weaver. He was being charged by the state of Idaho, and the feds said, "This is our case, we'll deal with it." So they picked it up, and then as soon as Idaho dropped their case, the feds dropped their case, and he was never charged or given anything. So funny how that works. Yeah,
it's pretty gross.
Yeah,
pretty gross, pretty sad.
I did a video about it. I'll watch it. I'll say this: when I often don't finish your videos, and that's a compliment because I start your videos at like 2-3 a.m. and I often get like the shivers. Like, I get creeped. Cool. I get creeped out. I get like spooked. Like because sometimes you will pose these like scenarios or put forward these scenarios or pose these questions that don't have normal answers. You're like, wait, what? What do you mean they never saw him again? They found his wallet in San Diego. Okay, like you can't even like with the other one, the people that got poisoned or whatever. We were pretty close. Where you guys were, with the poison. Yeah, it probably was a poison. You just didn't know that. If you knew more about the region, you might have even made the leap to like the weapons. If that was like on the list of like things, like also they tested chemical weapons there. Like, once you know that, like it makes sense. You can connect the pieces. But some of the stuff that you've given, it's like there was one where a guy had disappeared in like Texas and ended up in like Washington State or something, and the facts were so weird.
Was this the guy who was found with his wallet that had a map drawn out on it?
I think so. Maybe he was ex-military or something. He was an older man.
A drawn map. That's so fun. Did someone find it?
Boy. So that case as well. I'm going to mess up the facts.
Don't worry, we don't care.
But like the short facts, if it's the guy I'm thinking of, he had told his wife that he was an FBI agent who was in a lot of hot water, and then he disappeared for a short while, like 3 days, and then his wife received a phone call from a random woman who said, "Your husband's okay," and then like quote Leviticus or some book of the Bible, and then hung up. 3 days later, his body's found in the middle of the desert. He was shot in the back of the head, his hands handcuffed.
What was the verse he quoted? Sorry to interrupt.
It was some Old Testament verse, and I remember in the video I talked about what the verse was. It had something to do with 7 years. It was something about, and the king returned to his dominion after 7 years, something like that.
Okay.
So like people hyper focused on the number 7. So anyway, then he was found handcuffed, executed in the middle of the desert, like 3 states away. On his body, they found a dollar bill that had certain letters circled across the top. And then on the other side, it was a grid map of like a street with an X marks the spot. I don't think anyone ever figured out what street that was.
What were the letters circled? What did it spell?
Oh my gosh.
I guess it depends. Like, what would it? What
how you assemble them?
$20. What the fuck does it say at the top of money?
I am dead.
E pluribus unum, in God we trust.
Yeah.
Something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, and then it's got the weird Illuminati all-seeing eye triangle.
How do you not know what's on money?
I didn't remember what was at the top. I knew E pluribus unum was on there somewhere, but I didn't know if it said $20 or what was on the top.
Anyway, he did that. He circled a bunch of other details.
I don't think you've ever seen money. That's
you're right. I'm a crypto bro. I just invested all my money in Luna 4 days ago, and now I'm having suicide.
Dude, buy now, right? Like buy now. Jesus.
Have you guys seen that story? I only know from
the Luna
Mr. Medicare on Twitter. But so Luna is the name of a cryptocurrency that like 1 week ago was apparently like the 4th most popular crypto or 5th most popular on Coinbase. And over the course of 4 days, they went from like $88 to fraction of a penny.
Oh no.
And so like it's sad, but like Medicare
what was the
posting
total
pictures.
What was the total amount in existence? Like how much of it existed out there? Like
huge
the market
amount.
cap or whatever. What do you?
I don't know what the market cap was, but it was an enormous amount. Like this was one of the bigger cryptos.
I just lost $2.8 million. To interrupt you, my friend bought this today, and he said he bought $110 worth of it, and last week it would have been $678,000 worth of it.
Yeah, it's wild. So if it rebounds, he'll do okay. But like it's like I went to the Luna subreddit expecting like Kyle, you're muted, bud.
The market cap's $750 million.
$750 million, so a decent amount of coin. And I went to like the subreddit for it, just like getting a vibe, and it's like straight up sad. Like people are like posting like I'm going to kill myself because I lost all my money in this, and it's like I feel really I can't help but feel bad for someone that like that you can't help but feel bad for people NFT. Like that. But like even so, it's like with this crypto stuff or any investment, like don't invest more than you're willing to take a bath on.
But see, like this is a different scenario, right? Like I think if you're on that subreddit, you're looking at some early adopters who might only be in the game for $50,000, which, forgive me, but like they can recover from that.
Sure.
But that $50,000 was worth like 18 million yesterday, and like they were living an 18 millionaire lifestyle up until yesterday, and now it's not that they really took a bath and they're only worth $1 million now. They are now poor.
Yeah.
They need to sell everything they have and like liquidate. They're liquidating, like in the movies when they catch the bad guy at the end and they're like liquidating his shit. That's happening next month or 90 days from now.
It's not just the like multimillionaires. Some of the stories I saw were like middle class people who really misappropriated their funds, who were like, I had $350,000 that I put into this. I owe a mortgage. I owe payments. I have bills. I have a family. And it's like, I genuinely have empathy for you. I feel really bad because I can imagine how horrible the situation is. But my goodness, like,
yeah.
You weren't nervous prior to putting everything you own borderline into this? Like how? If you guys had everything you own in a crypto that you thought was super secure, you'd still be anxious as shit.
Yeah, because we've been saying it for years. Look, if this isn't waking you guys up, it should be. Okay, this is why you don't want your money in cryptocurrency. You want to put your money in something safe, sound, and secure, like the new RSK NFT. Okay,
yes.
If you look in the description below, why? Bear with me here. Bear with me.
Yes.
Why is everybody getting mad?
No, I'm in.
We're totally not pumping, dumping, rugging this.
No, that's what's really wild. Like that whole NFT thing has just like seemingly crashed, and it's been. That I don't feel so bad for people because I remember when Doug Polk was on here and he was just like, I wish you guys were as smart as me so you knew how great NFTs were. And I want to have Doug on just to talk about NFTs because maybe his answer is, oh, I got out at the last second, or he's like, oh, my NFTs, or but I'd love to hear like where he is on NFTs today.
Taylor, maybe you know his name. Who's the Warren Buffett's right-hand man? Is his name Ingram or something like that?
I'd believe you. I'm sorry. I don't know.
Okay. Anyway, so Warren Buffett is a right-hand man. Both of them, I think, are 75 or 85. Like that's roughly the range. And they're regarded as investing geniuses. And they have a track record that goes back, like, I'm going to make it up, 60 years. That kind of proves that that's true. Cool. Oh, here, Zach did get it. Charles Thomas Munger. I think that's his name. Can you pull up their pictures, Warren Buffett and Munger, just so people get an idea of how decrepit these investment
not a couple of lookers.
Right. So anyway, they're talking about it, and they are absolutely not on board with crypto. Historically, they've been a little tech averse. If they don't understand the stock, they stay away from it. That's why they buy insurance and sugar water and banks and shit like that. Mm-hmm. But now they're a little more tech. They're pro-tech than they used to be. They feel like they get it better. Cool. They still hate crypto. They're like, crypto doesn't do anything. When I buy a company that makes sugar water, when I buy a company that sells insurance, yeah, there they are. Oh, hide your wives. They're coming. They're going to romance her. That was great.
They look like like two exhumed corpses.
Yeah, that's who they are. These guys hate crypto. And on one hand, look at them, right? I did that on purpose. Look at them. What do they know?
They hate email too.
Well done. But on the other hand, they're like, this doesn't do anything. This isn't a company that's going to earn you money. It's literally just a string of numbers and letters that doesn't do things. It doesn't earn you money. They're like, if there was some way to long-term short crypto, if I could buy this and then 10 years later, give it back, he's like, I would absolutely do that. As far
the
as
most ambitious thing about that is 10 years.
It is easy to pretend that crypto is stupid on the down days, and we do that, right? You didn't see us talking about crypto when it was 65 grand, or maybe we did, but so here it is on a down day, kicking it while it's down. But I get it. It's currency.
I'm gonna buy I'm gonna buy a little bit later tonight. I probably
are you? You're just gonna try and buy low?
Which one are you gonna get?
Who cares?
It probably matters.
Litecoin or Bitcoin or Ethereum, right? Like I'll flip a coin and I'll pick one of them.
I'm gonna close my
flip
eyes
a coin
just
and pick
flip
one of
it.
those three.
It sounds like Luna was on that recently.
I think Ethereum's like $1,800 right now. So like we can get a whole chunk of Ethereum for, more or less $1,800.
Okay, so you can buy one coin of Ethereum.
No, I'm just saying like that would be the going rate for one. Like maybe we buy 2 or 3.
Maybe
or
2.
4.
Okay,
if I get into crypto, I know I'm gonna be the dumbass left holding the bag. Like I feel like I fear that, but I don't. I bet that's unrealistic, and
someone's gonna hold the bag.
It away.
Right, hold the bag is the term for like you buy it at 1, you sell it at 2. That guy buys it at 2, he sells it at 4. Someone bought it at 4 and it never went higher. That guy's holding the bag.
Mm-hmm.
And you just want did that happen with crypto already? Or is crypto on its way from 25 grand to 100 grand?
We'll see.
No. Clue.
Harley says 100. So and hey, he knows a thing or two. He's about to fight. Who is it?
Ego Raptor. When
is that?
Is he fighting
tomorrow or the day? It's Saturday,
tomorrow.
right?
It's tomorrow. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I mean, Ego Raptor, I saw some images of him online today. I've been poking around. Ego Raptor, I don't think he understands the extent to which he is fucked. Like Harley, did you guys watch the video of there are multiple videos now of Sam teaching Harley in parking lots how to box.
Yeah.
And Harley
Sam
at one
Hyde?
point, like,
Teaching
Sam Hyde is out there teaching Harley. Sam Hyde, ultimate champion of boxing, as we all know.
Teaching him to kill.
Yeah, teaching him to fucking kill. And that's literally what Sam Hyde said at the beginning of the thing. He was like, Harley, people can't deal with you. You're too big. So it's going to be an ugly fight. It's going to not be as technical as you want, but you're going to dominate him. You're going to be on top of him. He's going to be scared. He's going to be scared. And you have to be ready to make him feel fear. And like, you're watching this and it's like, damn, this is great. Like Harley is getting way better training than, because apparently if you ever want to, Woody mentioned this about Sam, that like, he's a comedian. He doesn't reveal his true self, because that's part of his comedy act. Obviously you wouldn't want to, but the most real I've ever seen Sam Hyde in his public, persona is him teaching Harley how to box. Like, it's not jokes. It's not memes. He'll be silly every once in a while, but he's like sincerely like, that's great, Harley. Like, try that again. Like, go with this. Keep your feet moving. Like, he really I can't wait to see how Sam inevitably bombs this event and shows up somehow. That'll be funny. But more than anything, Harley is going to murder this guy. He's going to fuck up Ego Raptor so hard. He's going to be doing his videos in fucking Stephen Hawking voice for the rest of his online career. He's going to dominate him so hard. If you got money and you're a gambler on stupid YouTube stuff, put it all on Harley. He's going to thrash this fool. And I don't know anything about Ego Raptor, I will say. Because I'm a fan of Sam Hyde and Harley, and so I'm a fan of
Sam Hyde and Harley too, and my money's on Harley, and my heart is with Harley, and I want to be clear on that. Having said that,
yep,
Harley's a big guy, so he's a V8, and the only question I have is, can this, I'll make it up, inline 6 get drag him into deep water and exhaust his cardio?
See, this guy, Ego Raptor, he doesn't look good.
Here, let's watch this.
Yeah, because I thought it was crazy how big you are. Mm-hmm. You're actually super intimidating. Let me see. Look at me. Look at me. Look at me.
Jet, will you take a picture for social media?
Yes. That's bear mace.
Keeps sticking out.
Why does he have bear spray?
So the tongue was a video effect, right? He wasn't doing that.
No, he was doing that.
No, he wasn't.
No,
it was a video effect.
No, you know how a snake tastes the air?
Yeah,
that's what Sam Hyde does.
I stand corrected.
That's Sam Hyde. It's a Jewish thing, okay? They don't want to talk about it.
Racist. My bad.
Oh no. Oh,
no, it's great. You can see that Harley has made some steps forward in his boxing ability. I'm going to find a way to watch it tomorrow night, and I hope Harley really destroys him. I'm going to find a way to watch it by paying whatever the price is to watch it legally.
Yep,
is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Let me more.
Yeah, just we'll click that button together.
Yeah. But I would love to. It's going to be great. I really hope Sam does something funny. I imagine the footage will mostly be him getting stopped by security on the way in. But
the problem with Sam sneaking in is he's like 7 foot tall or something stupid like that. If he was a regular sized person, he could do a costume that's hilarious.
You've got to put him inside of something. You like the on The Office with the cheese cart. He's got to be in a cheese cart.
That would be great.
Yeah, or like in a box that was marked like training gear or something, like under some medicine balls, like.
Not even something light, medicine balls.
Well, something you don't want to dig through, right? And you got to look at, you got to explain why that crate weighs 300 fucking pounds.
I'll make it something disgusting, right? Like old cabbage in a.
Oh, that's Harley's pre-workout. It's all pig assholes and alfalfa.
This is kimchi for the fighters.
Like that scene in Lord of War.
He rubs himself down with the pig assholes.
It's like that scene in Lord of War where he's like, "Oh yeah, you can put guns over country borders if you cover them in old potatoes, because everyone thinks they stink too much, so they're not going to dig through raw potatoes. So iDubbbz isn't going to dig through a barrel of potatoes to find Sam Hyde. He might be paranoid enough to think he's in there, but I doubt he'll do it. Did you hear about did you hear about Sam Hyde and Boogie that they're apparently going to fight?
I did see that.
Boogie says he's going to do it.
Does Sam Hyde get to bring his? I'm sorry. Does Boogie get to bring his gun? No. He'll need that.
No, it was a joke, and I don't even think it was instigated by Sam Hyde or anything. It just came up, and then Boogie was like, "I'll fight Sam Hyde. I'll get my ass kicked and punched and this and that," and a guy who's never been hit by someone who's 6'7" and talking, and he was like, "But I'm gonna see what my doctor has to say," and what doctor on the planet is going to say that Boogie is good to go for a boxing match? No one.
Boogie's a tough motherfucker. He was on the show telling us how he stared down.
Oh, he goes into a rage sometimes.
Yeah,
he disassociates.
He was
James McAvoy. And
when you disassociate at a gas station, and he just gave those two guys the look. They knew not to fuck with Boogie 2988.
They knew, dude. I remember. Do you remember that episode where he said the look thing, Kyle?
What?
Do you remember what he just brought it up? Do you remember that episode he was on where he said and I just gave those guys a look, and they knew if they got any closer, they'd get transitive type 2 diabetes. As I approach him, I'm a cloud of blood sugar.
They knew the closer they got, the worse it was going to stink. They didn't want any of this.
Transitive type 2.
No.
You approach into Boogie's wake, and your toes and extremities start falling off. Because it's such a powerful wave of blood sugar.
The lymphedema, no!
Oh, I forgot about the lymphedema. I wonder if that got
your gums just start bleeding.
It's
like radiation sickness.
How is Boogie's? Is he thin now? How's he doing?
He's not thin. He's not.
If we're gonna use,
I think he's about the same level he was.
If we're throwing Webster's dictionary completely out, then yeah, he's thin. But come on, he's not thin.
He's thinner than he was years ago.
All right, so thin to me is 6 feet tall, 170.
Damn,
well,
that
that's
hurts,
a tall order.
man.
Yeah, did Kyle? We're no longer friends.
You ever seen that meme of the girl with the knives coming out of her mouth?
You're not thin. You're like some sort of yolk jacked, ripped up, like daddy strong kind of thing.
It's not even light ranch.
Similar picture. I looked at his most recent video and the first couple seconds, and it's basically on par with what Zach found here. Why is there lettuce on that table?
He's eating a salad. I think he's making a mockery of the idea of eat a salad. So he's having a gigantic ranch covered. That's my guess. Just looking at that picture.
That would be my guess as well. He's joking.
Coming up. That's a fucking Mountain Dew if I've ever seen
That's
one.
more like it.
What is that?
He ruined that polo.
Ruined that polo. Also, top button, not the choice I'd make.
No, I like the powder blue though.
I do.
I know he won't get approved to fight Sam, but I would be just as happy if they settled their differences in a Denny's parking lot at 2 a.m. I would.
What is it? An eat off?
If it's an eat off, Sam Hyde is fucked.
I just agree. Sam Hyde. Sam Hyde has forced himself to eat that 5th meal in a day before. Boogie just, snacks all day. I don't think
that could be true. I mean, Sam with his mindset, and his Sigma grind set, he could just force himself to eat all of that.
Don't say that.
No, you don't like when I use cringe shit from the workout community. Yeah, Alpha wasn't getting as many clicks. Now Sigma's a thing, and it's like, okay. What other Greek letters of men are
Sigma male is a thing now? That's like what you aspire to be?
It's like the beyond Alpha.
I don't actually understand what it means compared to Alpha, other than it seems like a more autistic Alpha person, like someone who doesn't understand what they're doing, isn't socially couth. But I don't know. Kyle, do you know what a Sigma grind set is?
I refuse.
What? I understand what a Sigma grind set is?
I just think it's silly. I've read it twice, and it was so stupid both times I read it that I couldn't. I refused to put it in my memory warehouse. I was just like, not that. No, we don't keep that one.
Yeah.
So I purposely forgot it. It's something about not even caring about the system that the Alpha wants to be the best at. It's something like that.
And I don't even understand what that means. So it's like someone who's really good at Magic the Gathering.
He just doesn't care about the score anymore. He's gone beyond the game.
Okay.
If someone were to care about working out and making money, that would be an Alpha. If someone were to leave society and build a cabin in the middle of the mountains and become self-sufficient, that would be Sigma.
Or if someone were to just have a lot of money and be jacked because that's who they are.
Yeah. That'd be Sigma. Now, that's how.
What is someone who takes 3 days to pack and naps a lot? What Alpha? What letter would they be?
Same letter as people who are stuck in an overeating cycle.
I guess it depends what you're packing to do.
Well, he's probably going on a paramotor trip, but it could be anything.
Dude, no, there is nothing. If that's the definition of Sigma, straying from normal pursuits and being the best at some other shit, then paramotoring is very Sigma.
I think Zach dropped a paragraph of nonsense that some people made up.
Let me read it. I just we're about to. The Sigma male grind set refers to the superior mindset possessed by the male at the top of the social hierarchy. What am I getting wrong? Why is people laughing?
No, the way he said grind set in it.
Also known as the Sigma. The grind set is often mentioned when the Sigma does something that is considered base and red-pilled. Society, run by betas, views the Sigma as a threat. He is thus often a victim of society ostracism for his intrinsically based nature. He is the victim of a systemic societal hate crime. I knew all of those words, and I feel like I should go.
It sounds like they're pretty cool.
Where where the terms are funny is whenever you use them ironically, right? So if I was to say hey, my Sigma grind set is giving Adderall to homeless people and telling them there's gold in all the abandoned houses, so they bring me copper. That's my Sigma grind set. That's where the meme finds its threshold.
See, that would be a grind set. Being a sort of quasi slumlord with a large access to drugs.
Quasi slumlord.
Yeah, that would be what you'd want to be. It's like those stories where you hear where someone feeds crows a lot, and then the crow brings them marbles and coins and protects them from other birds or whatever the fuck a crow would protect them. You get those homeless people on your side.
Mm-hmm.
No one can stop you.
That's the setup. That's the Sigma grind set. See, you've already put it together.
We're already there. Sigma grind set is foregoing traditional income revenues and inventing and selling cum pills. That's true. Sigma grind.
It kind of is if you It's got a little red pill in there. It's got a little off the grid, thinking on your own.
We're off the grid. We're red pill.
Red pill. There's one. That's another.
Yeah.
Dude, I learned what the pills meant recently.
Really? Yeah, I feel like that shit is ancient.
But I never really dug into what red, blue, and black pills were.
Oh yeah.
I got you. Okay.
I know that the
black also be white pill. That's optional.
They say blue pill is like the bad option in the Matrix. You believe everything. Red pill is
stay in the system.
You question whatever. and then black pill is like, I am so depressed. I'm so sad. Yes. I don't think anything's going to go good again, which is like, don't be that pill, but pick a better color.
Right. I've got my own technique or my own take on these. To me, blue pill is the one you aspire to be, right? A blue pilled romantic guy just tries to get the best partner he can and loves them for who they are, find a compatible match, etc. A red pill, romantically, assigns a score to people based on what they bring to the table, right? Guys, of course, attractive is a thing, but also like their provider status, their age, their whatnot. These are all part of their scorecard. Girls, it's mostly how hot they are. Being like having a good career, for example, doesn't boost a woman's status very much.
You don't think
it's
so?
Just,
not really.
No, it
not
can
as
even
much
knock
as for
them
men.
and stuff.
Not even
yeah,
close.
not as much as for men.
So if she's making six figures, it doesn't. You don't care. Versus a cashier.
His point is, it's not as big a deal on the other side. Like,
depends
it's
on
not
the
as high
guy.
of a motivator.
I listened to more plates, more dates talk about it, and it's literally a negative to him. If this woman isn't focused on being Derek's support system, that's kind of a drawback. Right? He would rather have an unemployed chick who's there to order suntan lotion for his runs. And I made that up, but whatever. Right? Some chick who just gets that shit taken care of in the background versus someone who's making 6 digits and, living her own independent life in the silo there.
Okay.
Right.
I see both points. If you're going to employ her yourself, then that makes sense because he has a multi-tiered infrastructure-wide business going on. He has an entertainment wing and like a podcasting wing and a fucking like pharmaceutical wing.
Yeah.
And I'm sure soon there'll be like workout equipment or
There's
something.
a medical wing, and that's a good part too.
Oh my God! Don't forget the clinic. He's got a whole empire over there.
The whole
6
point
digits doesn't change his income.
No,
probably. I made that up, but I'm guessing.
Okay.
Right. So he would rather have someone who's just like, hey, I noticed your shirts were ratty. I got you new workout shirts. In the background, just supporting him.
Or someone who could like run one of the wings of his empire probably wouldn't mind either. Someone you don't have to pay to be the manager.
And that you can really trust.
Yeah, that you can trust to count the money over there at the fucking... Make sure that they're not just like, oh yeah, we needed 2 buckets of paint. Yeah, just charge them for 2.
I just don't understand like the aspire to be blue-pilled. Because I don't see the blue pill thing as much as like right, left wing as like blue pill meaning like you just accept what you're told. Red pill meaning like you kind of you search out.
I just thought it was kinder. Like to me, the blue pill romantic person, right? And again, it's red and blue sounds political, but in this context, it's not.
Yeah.
The blue pilled guy isn't like, I don't know, knocking a woman for earning too much or evaluating her purely on looks or like just having a dedicated way of keeping score that's unkind. I feel like the red pill guys are a little bit. One of the issues I have with red pill is how much they love the woman's downfall, right? So in the red pill mindset, a woman's value might peak at like 22, 23, right? She's super.
Wait, what do you mean red pill mindset? It's just like a term.
It's the mean part of it. And here I'm laying it out. This is the part of it that I don't like. So in the red pill mindset, she peaks at like 22 or 23, right? But she doesn't want you, listener, and when she's 22, 23, she's only going for these super chats. So she runs up her body count. She hits the wall and they fucking celebrate it. They're like, now we're both 30. Now I've hit my peak because my income has gone up. I'm still this. I'm still that. You, on the other hand, now you want me? No, F you. You don't have the same value you used to. Like, this is the red pill mindset. And that's why I think you don't aspire to be that guy.
I think maybe like
they call it hitting the wall when they realize that they don't have the same position that they used to, and they revel in it. They revel in this idea that, aha, you should have locked me in when you were 22. Now the tables have turned.
Sure. I don't know much about that. I never thought about the red pill, blue pill thing in like terms of like the sexual identity. I always just thought of like the meme of like
knowing and not knowing.
Like, trusting or not trusting.
We haven't talked about that at all, but black pill people feel like who gets the girls was genetically determined at birth. Some people are just born Chads, and there's nothing we can do about it to change our status.
Well, that's really embarrassing. But like, even black pill people, like, I
don't say it wrong.
Maybe I haven't like seen it in the correct way with like, just because I don't see it just surrounding the sex. Like the people I see who are like black pilled or whatever on Twitter or 4chan or whatever, it's like, I'm never gonna have a job that pays me enough to buy a house. I'm always gonna be in debt. I'm a slave to my bank. I did everything right. What do I do? Like that's the black pill I think of, not so much like I'm not gonna get pussy. Yeah, yeah, incels is what I would say.
Now there are people who have been black pilled by life, though. Like there just are.
Sure, yeah, like the crippled, the short,
the burned.
Back
burned.
To the burn. What's your problem with the burned?
Dude, burnt flesh is really gross. Like I would much rather
the crippled, the short, and the burned, the ultimate political triad.
The false dichotomy of crippled and short. We forgot burned.
Oh.
Yeah, we're done with red and blue pill. We're the many pills all times a day out of medical necessity. All sorts of pills.
Take the burn pill. All of them.
Take the burn pill. That's great.
So, in addition to red pill language, incels discuss the black pill, which means accepting that it's over and inferior men have no chance ever establishing a sexual relationship with women. As such, the community is defined by the relationship between heterosexual sex and masculine status. I kind of didn't understand the last sentence.
Who's writing that?
I don't know. Zach did. So anyway, yeah, black pill people just feel like they have no ability to change their station in life.
Yeah,
some people don't.
It would just be someone who's really fucking depressed. It seems like
come on, there are people who are just fucked. You know there are.
I know, but they are depressed as a result of being fucked.
I heard this guy on Rogan the other day, and he was talking about like how like each of the races in prison, but the leader is a car. Or the race is a car, and the guy in charge, he has the keys, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, now rewind me. Like what are we talking about? I got on the Rogan
black
thing.
Pill people.
Okay, there are people. All right. This bodysuit that each of us gets, right? That's our car. Okay, we got to drive this meat suit around. There are some inferior models.
Oh, of course.
There, just like there are some models that you're like, oh, if I had to drive that around every day, I wouldn't get anywhere.
I'm fat.
I want to counter that. I feel like
you're plump.
The best version of almost everybody is really, really good. Practically anybody can be an 8, right? Get some Invisalign braces, eat right and exercise, and you're an 8, bro. Like you've got it. That's all there is to it. Kyle says 7.
You could definitely get way above average by just like doing all of that shit that you think is basic bitch shit, like just like good hygiene stuff, getting a haircut every 2 weeks or whatever, like keep staying
not
clean.
Sports clips so much. You can't go anywhere.
That part in your hair is killing me. It is so far towards the crest of your skull.
I can't look at it. I've been looking at Taylor the whole show.
Zach, put me on the big screen. We're going to be doing it this way going forward. I can't take it anymore.
You simultaneously look younger and older.
There were times today where I thought it looked good. I took selfies and shit, and I was like, you know what? This is a good
deal. That haircut,
one of those times.
I want to get from you.
Yes, please send those selfies over. Because like your hair, it's like, have you seen that photo of whether you don't know if it's a bunny or a duck? It's like that. It's like I don't know if it's bad or terrible.
It looks like you've had a head injury.
Yeah.
I don't even know if that's a girl, right? I don't know.
I don't know.
Go to the burn clinic.
Yeah, right. Thankfully there's a burn clinic right by Macon. For all the insults I'm getting tomorrow.
It is a hat day tomorrow, Woody.
It is a hat day.
You know what? It might be.
Or you know what you can do?
I literally have a hat in the truck. I might be wearing it all weekend.
You can distract with other accessories, other accoutrements. If you become a guy who wears a ring on every finger. very quickly, no one's gonna notice that. If you get a magnetic earring, no one's gonna know.
Face tattoo by tomorrow.
If you wear unbelievably tight pants, it won't be a topic of discussion. Everyone will say, "Man, Woody's ass looks tremendous." Did you notice his fucking Mo Howard haircut? I didn't.
Mo Howard.
He's one of the Three Stooges.
Oh no!
Giant implant on the forehead.
I'll get a dot.
Oh
Zach,
my gosh!
Zach, pull up Mo.
While he does what we were saying, I'm convinced if you get some Invisalign braces, hit the gym, and eat right, and the version of you that will emerge is really good. You know, like you'll be fit, you'll have some definition. Everybody can have abs. Like, you know, you can be good. You're not born bad.
All right. Well, that's not what.
Well, guess what? It was the only one of the Three Stooges whose name I remembered at the time.
Yeah, Curly was bald.
Larry, Curly, and then there was Shemp.
Oh,
Shemp. Yeah.
And I remember Larry. Didn't he have curly hair? I don't look like that.
He did.
Yeah.
Look, I think he might
have
have
very curly hair. I feel like Wendigoon and I probably have similar hair. Just get super curly when it gets going.
It's pretty wavy whenever I let. Yeah. That's
I guess wavy is a better way to say it. Yeah, it's wavy, not curly.
It doesn't curl so much. It kind of like gets hard to calm down, especially when it grows out to any degree. But what he's talking about, that would be considered the white pill. Like, I can fix my problems. I can be better. Like, so it's the idea is you take the black pill, you feel misery and despair. Then the white pill is I can fix it and like rise from
it. That's the one I want to be. I said blue pill. I'm changing teams. I want to be white pill now. I believe you can maximize what you're born with, and that maximization is actually pretty good.
White pill is
now. I agree with you there.
It gets better.
But you have to admit that there are people who are so black pilled that no amount of fistfuls of white pills wouldn't help.
You're saying they were born with it, right? Like
I'm saying there are some people who are fucked, and it doesn't like
the guy in Nashville with his skull showing.
Yeah,
pretty.
You could fix that. No, that could be there are people.
Well, then what is unfixable in your eyes?
You know.
Oh no! Here he goes.
Well, if they've been burned, I wasn't a joke. like once you're burned, it's over.
Burned is bad.
Burned is bad.
And your earlobes melt into your neck, and then you can't look.
Did a burned guy like steal your money earlier this week?
I was raped by a burn victim.
I was
as far as you know. Yes,
he was all sticky.
I can still remember the smell of the salve filling me nose.
He raped you like right after he was burned.
Immediately, the fire's still burning.
This is not all right. So let me just be clear. This even is not full on black. This is not black pilled. One of them got married, and the other came along for the ride. Like these two get laid.
They're making that up.
No.
I feel like,
and let me just say, look, I would let this thing suck my dick, and you all know you would too.
I would let them suck my dicks.
I only have one, but these creatures could go down anytime they wanted. I wonder which one do they? I guess they're both. See, it'd be super hand jobs too, because you don't have a girl with a righty and a lefty. You got the one on the left is left dominant though, and the one on the right is right dominant. They're experts with that.
You're
hand.
only
Even
guessing
more.
That. What if the one with the left hand is right-handed?
That's not how. Come on.
I don't know how it works.
Well, then not. It doesn't have a right fucking hand.
I hope there's a little hand coming out the back.
Have you seen the old Kyle? I know you have, because I've linked it to you years ago. The old Opie and Anthony clip making fun of them.
Oh yeah,
the old O&A making fun of the two-headed girl. Yeah, this two-person. Jim Norton has some of the funniest lines. She's like it shows her it shows them going up for to play t-ball, and Jim's line was like, everybody in, 2 outs at once is up. It was just if just mean-spirited, horrible humor, the old Opie and Anthony two-headed girl, look that up on YouTube. I still go back like once a year and re-listen and just cry laughing how funny
it's
that was.
good. Yeah. No, like I would absolutely let that thing suck my dick. That would be like a hell of a story. I could come and tell you guys it happened. I don't know if you believe it or not. I'd tell you all about it. And do
you think they try and like use their disability for things like roller coasters, theme parks, like lines?
I don't think that torso. I think it's like an extra large torso. So like
she's got a wide back.
Yeah, I think there's like maybe extra ribs in there or something. Like it's a mutant sort of scenario when she get the clothes off. I can't imagine how that bra hooks up. It's got to be all wonky. It's a teacher though. It teaches elementary school. I can't imagine.
They teach elementary school.
Oh yeah, the one on the left does math, and the one on the right does social studies. Get the fuck out of here.
Kyle's being
and I hope they have like wildly different political views.
No, she'd be like, "No, you pass the papers out. No, you." Like,
how many votes?
Well, Susie's gotten really into fascism lately.
2 votes.
Why do you assume?
I actually don't.
Because there are 2 people there.
I could argue otherwise.
How?
There's one person clearly sharing a body.
Could I and you drive a car together, Kyle?
Head.
How many pussies are there, Kyle?
I asked that question and no.
How do you measure a woman? Exactly.
There's only one vagina.
All I could find was the church.
Wouldn't it be funny if they married different guys?
Not for them. Not for the guys.
Not for anyone. Not for anyone.
But
First of all,
imagine imagine they're like virgins till marriage, and then like the one guy marries and gets in the door, and then like, what's the other? What's the deal? What do they say?
What do you mean?
I was. If they're trying to be virgins until they're married, and then one of them gets married and they're fucking, how's the other one gonna? Because it's one they're sharing a vagina.
They have to agree.
So they would.
When they orgasm, do they both get one?
Well, here's a little. You know, Taylor, I'm not sure, but I would imagine, just imagine, these 2 girls are kind of close.
Yeah.
They probably chat a lot, being as one of them head's a little twisted weird, so her mouth is pointed right at the other one's fucking ear 24/7. I'm sure
that does suck.
You know,
can you imagine not only being the Siamese twin, but being the one with the bad head placement?
The third conversation that they had together once they knew how to talk, right after who has to wipe. and who gets to be on the window side, which side of the car we're going to end up sitting on, and how we're going to work that out was how are we going to handle dudes? Do you think a dude will want us? Do you like, what kind of boys do you like? What kind of boys do you like? Would we share the boy, or would we take turns? Would we have 2 different? They've been talking about that shit since they were 9. They've got it figured out.
I'm sure they've got a system.
And there's so many dudes who'd be like, I'd be down to, yeah, I'm down. How about you, Wendigoon? I don't know if you're a single guy or not. Would you fuck that?
I was afraid.
You know what? It looks like something out of
this whole time.
It looks like
I disagree on if it's
no. It looks like something out of Hercules' legendary adventures. It looks like at any moment Aeolus is gonna come doing a backflip out of a tree and fucking kick that monstrosity back to where it came from.
Dude, if you cut a head off, it grows 2 more.
Like, damn it, we missed him again.
She's a hydra.
The 5 of you who watched Hercules' legendary adventures and got all those references are gonna like love that part. Wasn't a popular show. Wasn't a popular show. Kevin Sorbo also turned out to be like a real right-wing extremist too, so I think it hasn't aged well.
No, but we do like to have some journalistic integrity. Wendigoon, would you fuck her?
Jesus is sad.
Jesus made that.
Yes.
He made that.
Jesus
however we react to, look, I am made of him, and look, however I react to that, I mean, he made the world that made me. Okay, if there is no wrong way for me to react to that in God's eyes.
Preach.
Whether I laugh or cry.
This is literally just Socrates.
Only one of them is married, right? They should both marry.
Technically, there would have to be a scenario in which they were like, all right, well, which one of you is going to be in the marriage license? And one of them would be on it. There was a point.
Let me pause here. I was thinking ahead, right? And I'm all torn up thinking, sorry, coffee time. Thinking like, I couldn't be happy sharing that pair of girls with another guy, right? There's only one vagina, right? You know, like
right.
I have to lay there, I guess, in the guest bed, knowing
One
that
set
they're
of hands.
with other guys.
Well, that or a 3-way.
You're gonna do both of them.
A 3.5-way.
right? Well, you see, that would tear me up inside. You're right.
Highway.
So that would tear me up.
Oh, please.
On the other hand, if both of the women marry the same guy, then this is like better than a normal girl, maybe.
But that would probably be illegal because if they quantified it as one person, as she being two people, you can't mix and match marriages. Although,
look, this is keep it simple, stupid. Polygamy is obviously illegal. So what they would do is the girls would be like, all right, do you want to be on the marriage license? Or do you? I don't know. Let's flip a coin. And they flipped a coin and one went on the marriage license. And of course, the other one is along for the literal ride because they have no choice. There's no way that they could be with a man that they both weren't into. That would just be like that's how it is with like roommates and stuff. Like you can't bring a crazy chick into our home. Like if this person is a danger to me, she can't come here.
You know what I was just thinking about?
I can't imagine sharing a vagina with somebody.
How horrifying it's going to be in late life for them because one of them's gonna die first.
Oh, so that's what happened with those Japanese twins. One of them died, and the other one
made me think of it.
The other one died like 2 days later or something like that.
2 days
of agony and sorrow. Why did he not kill himself? Like you're going to die in the most horrific way possible. What had to have been your greatest friend, like closer than a brother would ever, the closest kind of brother.
You're the same person.
No pun intended, but like they're so close.
Yeah.
For that to lose that guy, you can't go on.
Yeah.
Even if you could.
I assume
that's sad.
I mean, they masturbate together.
Yeah. Oh, all about it. Yeah.
Do you think they jack each other off? Because it's like one of them controls the right arm, one of them controls the left arm. It'd be like, hey, it's Tuesday, beat me off, bro. And then
wait. I can't remember if
Wendigoon, what do you think?
No.
Do you think that they took turns? Do you think they had different chore allotments?
No, I think there's two cocks. I think that these were the twins that had they were like attached at like the hip to the shoulder, and were like two people who got melted together.
Oh, that I know who you're talking about. That's a really sad one.
It looks like a good sword chop, and you'd think they'd have had that in their culture.
Yeah,
but they would have. Look, all I'm saying is, if your problem.
If only he was born 100 years earlier, then
if only he was
Japanese
born,
medicine would have been appropriate.
One person.
You need like a fucking.
Usually, you absorb that second twin like into your body, and then you feed off his strength.
That's what
I would have split them. I mean, it takes me a good 40 chops to get such a divided guy. That's Henrietta. But oh wow, that's not even bad.
Yeah, if your homie dies, if that dude right there dies, you can't go on. You know how those are the best of friends.
Yeah, I want to play that song like
from
though you could.
You're the best.
That's not bad.
This is bizarre. Are they fused at the shoulder? Because the one on the left. On the left face,
he has a right arm.
He's a right arm.
Yeah, so they're like attached at like the shoulder, like the titty, from like titty to shoulder.
So inconvenient. Can you imagine the back pain they both have?
No, you're so wrong about this. These dudes were like double reaming bitches, right? They were getting them in, and each of them gets an arm around her, and they pull her in like a Venus flytrap, and one of them gets the ass, and one gets the pussy.
Yeah, the most dangerous rapist in Thailand.
Dude, oh my god!
Wherever the fuck this was.
You think that's what everyone said? You know, you take a look at those fellas.
People are joking about it. Lots of people joking.
You take a look at those fellas, and you think they're not too spry. Quick. So much quicker than you think.
Well, but I mean, look at this. This is like
it's a fucking quadruped. Of course it is.
They're going to see a matinee or something. Like they're not looking spry here. They're old.
Yeah. Why don't we have? You know why we don't have more of these? You know why? Like the only pictures we can pull up are those. There you go. Abortion fixes things like.
So they're on the comeback.
Nips them in the butt.
Thanks to Trump. Thanks to Trump, we're gonna have more Siamese twins.
Maybe
you're welcome, America.
Yeah.
Promises kept. Promises made. Let's go. Donald Trump knows how to make reality TV.
Oh, that poor guy on the left. That's fucked.
Yeah, man.
He's got it.
I feel like the guy on the right alphaed him into being like, "This is how we're standing." Like, they could have chosen a V. The other guy could have been dominant, but he's like, "Fuck you, bitch."
That's the Sigma Grindset right there.
If I could caption this, I would make the guy on the right be like, this is the end, Mikey, and like put his head in the sink. I've warned you time and time again.
It's either me or you.
Clean. The belly button is your domain. You keep it clean.
Oh, that poor guy.
Yeah, there's a cock right in the middle.
guys.
Yeah, there's at least one cock in there somewhere dangling.
They're kind of facing each other.
Somehow having more bodies apart from the head makes me feel like it's more of two people.
You know for sure that the one on the bottom has to do some weird dangly hand job that's awkward. It's like taking the oil filter off like an old Hyundai or something. You're in a weird angle, and
dude, those guys have the most robust toilet in existence. Strong, ready to hold the weight.
Mashing it because they can't be. I don't know who.
And I know I know this is riveting to everyone. We can get back to it, but I just realized we're 15 minutes over. So we're going to hear from a couple of wonderful sponsors. Goat.com. If you're buying sneakers online, there's a good chance that the shoe you're looking at is fake. How can you be sure it's real? Well, Goat.com is the safest way to buy and sell authentic sneakers online. They're the largest marketplace in the world for authentic Yeezys, Jordans, and over 600,000 sneaker listings. They've made the whole process frictionless and trustworthy. They do this by only accepting sellers with the best reputation and by verifying all sneakers to ensure their authenticity for buyers. Every single detail is inspected from the stitching and color to the size and weight. Goat certifies that every single pair of sneakers on their site matches exact factory specifications. With over 500,000 sneakers on the platform and 10 million users, you're not going to find better prices for 100% verified, authentic sneakers anywhere else. Find the perfect 100% authentic sneaker at goat.com/PKA. That's goat.com/PKA. Plus, you'll also be supporting the show, but you've got to go right now before the sneakers you want are gone. When you go to goat.com/PKA, spelled GOAT.com/PKA. So check that out. Find the 100% authentic sneaker at goat.com/PKA. Check it out. Don't get swindled by some fake sneakers. Go somewhere where they do the legwork for you.
That's it.
There you go. Check it out. ExpressVPN, another wonderful sponsor. Admit it. You think that cybercrime is something that happens to other people. You may think that no one wants your data or that hackers can't grab your passwords or credit card details, but you would be wrong. Stealing data from unsuspecting people on public Wi-Fi is one of the simplest and cheapest ways for hackers to make money. When you leave your internet connection unencrypted, you may as well be writing your passwords and credit card numbers on a huge billboard for the rest of the world to see. That's why we decided to take action, which is why we're recommending you get ExpressVPN to protect yourself from cyber criminals. ExpressVPN secures and anonymizes your internet browsing by encrypting your data and hiding your public IP address. ExpressVPN has easy-to-use apps that run seamlessly in the background of your computer, phone, or tablet. Turning on ExpressVPN takes only a single click, just one click. Using ExpressVPN, I can safely surf on public Wi-Fi without being snooped on or having my data stolen. For less than $7 a month, you can get the same ExpressVPN protection that I have. ExpressVPN is rated the #1 VPN service by TechRadar and comes with a 30-day money-back guarantee. Protect your online activity today and find out how you can get 3 months free at expressvpn.com/PKA. That's EXPRESSVPN.com/PKA for 3 months free with a 1-year package. Visit expressvpn.com/PKA to learn more. 3 months free with a 1-year package. That's a good deal. So check that out, guys.
Like
if you're interested.
Quarter of a year free.
It's a quarter of a year free. There's the math. And also, as always, tired of busting like a bitch? It's time to drop some money on some cum pills. Use code PKA for 10% off of our proprietary blend of cum pills. The greatest scientists from here to yon have come together to make this product.
Got an idea.
What?
Got an idea.
Buy our cum pills.
No. Got a great idea.
Don't say it now. Write it down in your little journal so you don't forget it.
Let me write it in the chat. I want your
write it down in your fucking too stoned to remember basic.
No. I'm writing. I'm going to write in the chat, and I want you both to react to it non-verbally on how great an idea this is, and I want you to rank it from 1 to 10.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm feeling
the three of us will do.
Yes. I can't wait to see Wendigoon's reaction. So far, nothing.
I'm so afraid.
That is. Oh my god!
Give it to me.
I like it. I do like it.
That's a funny ass idea.
Oh,
we would need to think of the correct image on it in order for it to hit the funny potential to make it worthwhile.
There needs to be something.
See that's better.
No,
that's better than the first one. That's funnier than the first one.
no,
Yes, it is. Wait, were you memeing on the second suggestion? I thought that was funny.
no. The first suggestion. That's Zach's suggestion.
Well, that was
terrible. I hate that one.
I like both of them. We can do both.
No.
Imagine though if you saw some guy wearing
Shutting it down.
Shutting it down. Okay, I do like your idea though.
Good idea.
I like.
I like
where
the
your
second
head's
one
at
doesn't
with that.
appeal to me because like that I never did that because that seems weird.
I never did either.
But I
thought
think
it
a
was
lot of
more
people
a
did.
joke.
Maybe.
Right, but what if you saw a guy wearing socks and you read like, "Oh, what brand?" Like
Maybe.
These are lock and load brand.
I like my idea better. I love that.
I think your idea has more
thing is-
legs because what do you need to clean up after the you know?
because then you make a joke out of that part, and it's my idea is excellent.
There's a lot of
But
potential.
you
I
see
think
it.
your idea is tremendous.
We're gonna sell more of those than we do the fucking pills. You'll see. You'll see.
That we do.
You'll see.
But anyway, remember to load up and come like a man. 10% off anything on Derek's website. Check that out.
Yeah. Is it 25% off? What percent off is it?
It's 10% off. 10% off.
10% off at the moment. It changes.
Yeah, lock and load and everything else.
Works on everything else. You can buy your pre-workout, your fucking protein powder, etc. But the cum pills in particular, they make you come in a way that makes porn stars blush.
Yeah. And if you're still doing like Walmart brand, like pre-workout and stuff, that C4, like take a break, like use the code, see if you like Derek's. If you don't, go back to something else, but you're gonna like it more. It is just a better product because I've used C4. I've used
everything. And look, for a while, I was buying like anything that had a silly name.
Dude, I bought that one that had military print, and it almost killed me. It had so much caffeine in it. It was called like "I'm a veteran," like or something. But it was too much. It was too much.
Do you need to stay up all night so the nightmares don't come? It's Fallujah coming back at you at 4 a.m.
U.S. military nightmare prevention fuel.
This is true. I have Derek's pre-workout like in my kitchen. I needed to get shit done. I had to like attach my trailer, load it, power wash it, all that shit because I got this trip coming up. I took the pre-workout, didn't even work out. I just wanted to be the best me.
Just wanted to be fucking loaded.
It's excellent. I personally recommend the versatility of having your caffeine in a separate product, separate from the the powder itself. Because I want 2 scoops of the powder and then a scoop of the glycerol, and I'm going to either do 200 milligrams or 400 milligrams of caffeine, depending on how I'm feeling. 400 is extreme. I took 200 before we started tonight.
The 2 scoops of the pre-workout, if I'm right from memory, and we all know trust my memory, is 325. So you're in that ballpark, and that's what I like. But I can see the argument for versatility too, to control your own caffeine.
Yeah, because sometimes I work up so late at night, and I do want to I think that getting a more superior pump is allowing you to get that those micronutrients and those building blocks of muscles, amino acids into the muscle fiber and get the job done maybe more efficiently, more quickly, or maybe more abundantly. Maybe you actually will get bigger over time because you got better pumps. However it works, I know that I get crazy pumps from that stuff, and I want that, but I don't want caffeine at 4 a.m. And sometimes I work out at 4 a.m.
See, I don't. I get a better pump, like you said. Mostly, I'm just not a lazy drag ass when I take the pre-workout. Like that's what it's. That's what
Yeah, it gets you going. You want to do some stuff. I don't have a sound system currently because I don't have an insulated garage door, and I'm not going to insulate this garage door before I leave. The place I'm but I think I'm going to put a sound system in the next place rather than I've been using like a noise canceling headset that's really nice because I'm running a fan in there. I don't hear that drone of it all the time. But as long as I got some tunes going, I can stay pretty motivated. I mixed in a bunch of
sound systems legit. Stuff. You might be surprised how good the Bluetooth speakers are now. I could link you the same one mine is, and
sure, yeah.
Not only does it fill my gym, which isn't that hard, but it also works next to the pool, which is hard. In terms of filling space.
That makes sense. I was looking at. I want a marker board on the wall at somewhere, and I was looking at ways to achieve that. Marker boards are a little bit expensive.
Are we talking about a dry erase board? Is that what I think?
Am. Yeah.
Okay.
But the way I want to do it instead is just put plexiglass on a white wall with black marker. And whiteboard achieved, right?
Is whiteboard expensive?
No,
I don't know.
Really? Like I
assumed
them a
it might
lot.
be.
They're like $10-$15. They're not.
Well, fuck it then. I'll get a big one.
These are like, like tiny ones. I imagine the big ones couldn't be $100.
What are you using it for?
Pretty big budget. I want like a 3 foot by 5. I want a giant ass marker board like you'd have in a school, so I can keep track of lifts and everything. I just want to put that on the wall so it's at a glance without flipping through my little book anymore.
I
only ask because they make
them
them
forklifts.
They make them with the grid there, so you can like write your own calendar every month, which you might find useful for all sorts of, like the week, or you might like the grid to just lay out your shit if you want graph paper.
I've been spending a lot of time figuring out what I'm going to put in there. It's going to be really fun once I get moved out. I should be out by the end of the month. Fingers crossed. The market's been crazy.
Yes.
I ended up like, at first I was like, okay, I'll put in a thing on this house or that house or the other house. And then after like 3 or 4 of them, they're like, oh, there's 8 people in front of you when the house came onto the market like a day prior. Yep. So I think I'm currently applied into like 15. I'm like $500 of application fees in. It's wild how the market is, but I'm pretty sure that sort of spaghetti against the wall effect is going to yield a home before.
I hope so. I was looking at real estate recently, and it is my nature every time these young people complain to say, all right, I don't want to completely invalidate your complaints, but suck it up, bitch, and succeed anyway. Oh, these jobs don't exist anymore. I'll admit that it's hard. Suck it up, bitch. Get it done anyway. Nowadays these opportunities don't exist. Nowadays this sucks. Nowadays whatever. And it's like, whatever. Housing, they are right. They are right. Housing is insane.
It's not fun.
How do you get when I was young, I used to feel like that guy over there makes a little more than me. We had the same job, but his lifestyle is much more affordable because he hasn't bought a house recently. My house was $190,000. His house was like $50,000 20 years ago, and he doesn't have the same overhead that I do. It's more extreme now. Like this old guy bought a house for $180,000. Now it's $600,000, and the salaries haven't tripled. Housing is so expensive. I feel for you guys who don't have houses already. It is really hard to get one. I imagine the housing market's going to crash. I don't know. We'll see.
I've got a buddy who he had it was just a little 2-bedroom house near a city that he paid, if I want to remember right, it was $78,000 for in 2015, somewhere around there. He sold it 3 months ago. He put it on the market for $120,000, and the next day someone offered him 30% above asking immediately, just sold within 24 hours. And that's pretty much been the kind of story I've heard everywhere, especially around the South, and especially in kind of suburban, not super populated areas. I have not heard of a house lasting a week. It
doesn't.
Absurd.
No, that's exactly what I'm looking for houses in Atlanta, and they're gone in a day or two. Yeah. And when you go to the ones and view the ones that have stuck around for 10, 15 days, it's like they're selling it with that hole in the ceiling. Well, they're going to get to that. I'm like, it's actively falling in. Yeah. I don't think it's safe to be here.
Now pay me an extra $20,000 over listing and thank me.
So a big part of it is those massive groups like Progress Residential. I think they're the biggest in the world. Maybe they're projected to hit 1 million homes owned this year. They'll pay 30%.
Zillow is doing a bunch. Isn't BlackRock doing a bunch? There's a ton of companies buying up a ton of shit.
Well, Progress, that's what they do. Progress is a housing company. All they do is buy houses and rent them, and they're getting to a point where they have so much of the market that they're starting to be able to really control the rent at this point.
Yeah, and
they overpay for the homes. Obviously, it's difficult to outbid them
because they know in the short term, they lose a little money, but now they own the housing market and can get rent out of people for years.
Yeah,
pretty fucked up.
Bigger game at play that needs to be cracked down upon.
Yeah, that's beyond fucked for corporations just be buying up like family homes and then just forcing rent.
It doesn't sound very free market.
Sounds like a monopoly.
It's not.
That's
crazy. You're right, Woody. It doesn't, does it?
Not everything has to be free market.
Whoa.
But I don't think everything has to be like necessarily a free market. Like the government should absolutely
I want some of that
lock down and be like, sorry, company, you can't go into Cincinnati and buy up all the homes and then offer exorbitant renting prices to the locals there. Fuck you.
That's literally what they did in RoboCop. Like this is RoboCop.
I'm not saying you guys are wrong. I might even think you're right, but I am surprised you're thinking it because it seemed. I thought you were more free market a few years ago.
It's not even necessarily like free market per se. It's the fact it's these massive corporations
who are Woody. Now it's affecting us.
That's touche. All right, I stand corrected.
It's like Wendigoon. I want you to get back to it. Go ahead.
Oh no, you're good. I was saying they're given so many leeways and bailouts and breaks and extensions here and able to merge here, and like it's not free market, it's corporatism that is state funded. So therefore the state has access. For one, several of the people in the state are also shareholders in these companies, but even besides that, they're given all these breaks to where they can become these super multi-industry conglomerates, and then they can just start buying houses. They're like, oh what, we're just landlording. That's all it is. But
we're not going to be blackpilling here today.
Okay. Fair.
We're white pilling, which means the Blues are going to win Game 6.
Well, no.
Which is the most thing I'm invested in right now. Please, Blues, end it against the Wild.
Help me out, Taylor. What's the series at right now between the Blues and the Wild?
So the Blues are leading 3-2. So the Blues can end the series tonight, or if Minnesota wins, obviously Game 7. So my thought.
Are they currently playing?
No, they don't play until 8:30. My time, so 9:30 your time.
I'm gonna curse the Blues now. They're gonna quickly go up 2-0, and then they will end up losing 3-2. I cast that upon you. If
that happens, I don't know if we can be friends anymore.
I cast that upon you with hate. I cast that upon you.
What about the fuck? You're taking Mitty's side in this battle? You're taking Minnesota?
Oh, I didn't know Mitty was on.
Mitty loves Minnesota. And Kyle, you realize if the Blues win, they play your team in the next round. So that would make for some good content. The Blues and Colorado. And what's interesting
we don't like to sully
the way that
by stomping on teams like you.
So,
you would leave a stink upon us, okay? If we had to skate
it's interesting you say that, moron, because all of the like Gretzky, all of them, they're saying Colorado is this powerhouse team, but the style they play, they think the only team that has a chance against them is the Blues, because the Blues are the largest, heaviest team, and they force other teams to try and slow down and play their game. So if the Blues can succeed, they basically what I'll say. The Blues have the best shot against Colorado of anyone in the Western Conference.
3-2.
Your team's already through. The team you pretend to care about. Who's your favorite player on the Avalanche? Give me the top one.
Big boy Steve.
No.
He plays wing.
3 years ago, they had a winger named Steve, but not now.
I'm out of date.
You're out of date. Yeah.
I've got a jersey. That's why I said it.
I know you guys aren't as jersey. Oh, I you found should. This. And if you do, get Nathan McKinnon. He's the guy.
Like $175, and I was like, God, it's just for a joke.
Yeah.
I was like, and also like it's summer. The thing looks hot.
You bought that nice Chicago Blackhawks hoodie years ago, and that did actually look nice.
It's I don't ever look good in hoodies. They end up making me look like a big barrel of a person, like I've got no waist anymore. So I don't even like wearing it.
I just think they're comfortable. I don't really.
I need to fuss because both my teams lost. The Sixers had to win to stay alive. They're dead, out of the playoffs. The Hurricanes are about to lose in 2 minutes, and they'll go to Game 7.
Hurricanes in Game 7. I'm still taking the Canes in the series.
Yes,
I need you guys.
They are the better team.
I feel like if I can take wins from your teams, then I can give them to my teams. Because I've got 2 world champions right now. And that's not even counting the UFC.
Colorado pill.
The theft pill. Thief
10 grams of THC in it.
Look, I got 2 world champs right now, and that doesn't even count my UFC stuff. Okay, it's a great year, and if we can just slide this on in to next year, if I can, God, if the Falcons can do something, then this could be the best year of my life.
Dude, I know you're only memeing to care about the Colorado Avalanche, but if you're ever to pick a hockey team, make that your team. Like I
picked it 3 years ago.
They have
how they've been doing this
3 years ago. Yeah, they have this defenseman Cale Makar, this like 22-year-old, and he played so well during the series during one game that Wayne Gretzky, which like if Wayne Gretzky says something in the hockey world, like he supersedes every single other person. Like if everyone in the Hall of Fame says something and then Wayne Gretzky counteracts it, it's like you lost by the rule of Wayne. Like he's better than all of you. And he said, he's like, Cale Makar, that's the greatest performance by a defenseman in a playoff game I've ever seen in my life going back to my career. The best one ever. Colorado is a titan. Like he was talking him up, and he said the only team that can beat him maybe is the Blues. And so hopefully Blues Colorado in round 2. That would be so much fun.
Does he get paid to like speak? Is he a commentator somewhere?
Yeah, he commentates on TNT, and he's, if I'm being honest, he's not great because he's like a guy who's autistic for hockey. Like he could, the reason he was good, like we've said before, he wasn't the fastest, he didn't have the strongest shot, but he could see the play like 3 or 4 moves ahead of everyone. For some reason, he just knew what was going to happen, and he would anticipate passes and everything. But like these guys now are so much more athletic, and a lot of them have like the same hockey IQ that not the same. That's ridiculous, but a high hockey IQ. If it weren't for Colorado playing St. Louis in the next round, if the Blues win, I would be all on Colorado. If the Blues don't win, I would love to see Colorado win. That would be cool. Or Toronto. I talked to Woody about this prior to the show, that I either want Toronto to get knocked out in the first round because the memes will be so funny from all the Toronto fans and all the Canadian fans from every other city ripping on them, or I want Toronto to win the cup, because then it will be Toronto fans ripping on all the other Canadian fans all throughout the league. And so for me, Toronto, I want everything or nothing. Either win the cup or lose in the first round.
I know you're talking. I'm distracted by just how shiny my forehead is. Is it normally this?
I can't.
It is oily.
I can't look right at it. Is it
the hair? Do I normally just have less forehead showing?
I can't look.
I want to talk about hockey for another hour real quick.
Not do that. I was sorry.
You know how it is. You know how it is on the show. Like something you're super into, you want to talk about, but nobody else gives a fuck. I love the NHL.
They all want to hear about paramotors.
Dude, if I talk about Magic the Gathering for more than 15 seconds, I get death threats. People are like, keep your gay ass game out of the show. I'm like, what are you
3-2. 3-2.
3-2. Okay. Well, we'll see. I mean, it's game 6, and so my prediction: either the Blues absolutely get blown out, like 6-1, or the Blues win a close game in like OT of 3-2.
Or even better, like somebody on your team's getting hurt really badly.
You think so? I think the Blues have gotten a lot of their injuries out of the way. Minnesota's in game 6 losing, and we've got 4 defensemen out still.
No, that's it. That's
the best team. This one goes out specifically to Mitty Smitty, who we were talking to about it. Best Wild team in history, and they're down 3-2 against the Blues when the Blues haven't had 4 of their top 6 defensemen for 3 of the 5 games. That's the best Minnesota Wild team ever. They're losing to a Blues team that had to bring up fucking no-name AHL guys for 3 games. Mitty, come on.
I have a question, Taylor. What words should I say and what sequence should I say them to make you stop talking about this?
There's no way.
I was like, enough hockey talk. Let me have a conversation with someone who will watch this in a couple of days from now.
See, that's distracted me. What are we looking at here?
We're looking at
Black Pill guy. Which one's the best one?
Well, wait, that left one's not a real.
Is it a combination? Is this the same person but mutated 3 times?
Nah, these
are these different people?
Yeah, they got to be because the guy
Well, the
on the
one
left,
on the right, that doesn't look like his face originally.
That's a face transplant, like probably someone who had it ripped off by like an ape. Seems to be.
Same guy.
Wow, that is wild.
Okay, that's before, during, and after. Okay.
He should have stopped in the middle.
He should have stopped in the middle, huh? You throw a.
Why does eye color change?
why did the one on the right get all weird?
Was the guy on the left in an axe?
He looks like a James Bond villain.
If I had to guess,
what happened to him?
Right,
Zach?
they reconstructed like the face, and they didn't get the setting of the eyes with like the skin around it correct.
Birth
defect. I don't know why are we mocking a man with birth defects now, Zach?
No, that makes me.
Kyle.
Zach, that makes me sad. I don't like.
I thought for sure it was going to be
15 minutes of whatever the twin conversation was.
Anyway, now that we're past that disgusting nonsense, the Blues are going to. No more. I won't say.
All right. Let's talk about abortion. That's top.
Yeah, that's fun.
well, see, that's what I was trying to do originally.
Is abortion in Game 7 right now?
I tried to segue as best I can. The whole reason I wanted to talk about the two-headed girl was to flow into abortion. It just didn't happen.
Let's talk about abortion then. What are your favorite parts of it?
The afterglow. That's the most horrific thing I can think of.
I don't know. I would have gone with conception, but okay.
The afterglow. God.
Yeah, there is a clip of Kyle saying that if Trump wins, abortion won't change. That he's like, it's settled law. They say that, but it's not gonna happen. It's totally going to happen.
What does settled law mean?
That
seems like a media
wait,
term,
are you
because the Supreme Court can overrule anything it previously did, right?
Yeah.
Here's the thing. Settled law. So I guess there was a time when judges, if I understand how it started with judges getting their decisions from God. And God never being wrong, and therefore every judge's decision was a final thing,
the correct way.
And then that just became precedent, right? Where a judge makes a decision and they don't override that last judge. And now precedent's still a thing, but it's rare that they override a precedent. Sometimes they do.
Yeah, I mean, no, I think that everyone was shocked that this happened. They lied straight. These people lied straight to the Congress faces. You say that
they lied?
That's literally what everyone's doing. No, they didn't just lie. They straight up lied about the specific instance that we're talking about here.
You're surprised by these people lying?
I'm surprised that every one of them lied.
That's surprising then, because you should know these people are liars. They are pieces of shit, largely.
I didn't, but I didn't think of these judges as politicians. I thought of them as judges.
A mistake. They're just a part of a very small, unelected legislature that can decree from the top.
Well, in any case, I definitely was surprised that they overturned it. But I don't know. I didn't think they'd overturn it from a political standpoint, not from any sort of understanding that I might have of the law. It was moreover that well, that's just not a popular move. They won't do that. It's abortion is much better to fire up the base than anything. It's best as a perennial enemy that you always have to be because I remember when I was at the Trump rally in North Carolina, and Trump was 3 fucking hours late. His plane circling the airport, or they told us he's probably just late.
Yeah.
Actually, that's not him. He's punctual. But they brought out some it was a black guy who had a Southern preacher kind of charm. And I think he was a reverend of some kind. And he was like, we gonna go into that White House and we gonna tear Roe versus Wade down to the ground. And the baby killers is gonna be crying and we gonna be cheering. There was literally a speech just like that. And I remember thinking nah. He means it, but that's not Trump's guy. Like that's the guy. They did.
Trump personally probably loves abortion because I guarantee he's funded.
Well, here's the other thing. Here's the other thing. It's important to note that like
fucking dogs.
It's not even. I'm not saying that they might not take that next step and make abortion federally illegal, but all they're doing is turning it over to the states. So your state is going to figure out what they're going to do, and if you don't like it. It sounds awful, but you might have to move to a different state or access one of the dozens and dozens of newly founded organizations who will bus you to New Jersey to have your abortion. Like, let's not act like you don't have access anymore because there's so many people who are coming in filling the need and finding ways to make it happen.
And if you're
getting tougher, and it shouldn't be, but I'm just saying.
Or 17, it's even more difficult to.
Oh, that'd be a real mess.
Duck out to North Carolina for 2 days or whatever it would take to get your abortion, right? Like,
without your parents' consent.
Right. So it gets trickier if you're poor, if you're young. Like they made it hard.
You're right. Yeah.
I do want to concede, like on the you're right part. I do the same thing with Democrats sometimes, but it's guns. I say, they just saber rattle about taking your guns, but they don't. They're not gonna. They never do. They never do because the Republicans stop them.
Yeah, but they want to.
They would love
and
to.
the same is true, and the inverse is true, but it's abortion. You know, the Republicans want to.
I didn't know they meant
usually
it.
Don't get it done.
I didn't know they meant it. Because I think of that part of the base as the most ignorant part of the base. The ones who are like fiery about it, the screaming of baby killer and stuff. It's like, why do you care what they're doing with their babies? I don't care what you do. With your babies. I don't care if you're drowning your toddlers over there. It ain't my toddler.
I will say this, like I'm pro-choice, obviously, but
don't fuck with dogs.
The people I know who are like vehemently pro-life are not woman haters. Like most of them, actually, I'm thinking are women. Like they see it as a murder, is how they internalize.
Yeah.
And that's why they're so up in arms. It's not this like we hate women that they try and frame it.
No.
It's like they're probably misguided. Like they're misguided about what they're doing. But,
well, look, I think that most of the laws are at like 16 weeks, and the reason it's 16 weeks is because what they actually say is when the heartbeat can be heard. So I think as long as you go in there and they don't hear a heartbeat, I think they'll give you an abortion. I think that's what's actually happening. So like.
Well, no, it depends on the state, right? Because they're just pushing it to the states.
I think
so
that almost all of the look. I think
Tennessee passed the heartbeat bill. I'm pretty positive.
Like the most
most of the states have. Most of the southern states have.
But like California will have like up to age 2.
Yeah.
They'll balance it out.
As long as
the police just come over and shoot your child.
They'll do that anyway.
He was being aggressive. He was like that chihuahua I had to put down.
I watched a video last night where the police were shooting this unarmed black man at his own house. And they'd already shot him, I don't know, 8 times or so. And he's on the ground like, please stop shooting. And they go, put your hands up. And he puts his hands up and they shoot him 11 more times.
Was he resisting?
He was, well, as best as you can resist a 9mm. Like they're gunning this guy down.
That was the marksmanship.
They're killing him in his yard.
He didn't like it.
And then they handcuff him, of course, like as he's groaning in pain, so he can't staunch his own bleeding. And I looked at I like paused it and went to the description. I'm like, this is fuck. They just murdered this guy. And I Google his name, and it's like officers found guilty of manslaughter in the fucking shooting of blah blah blah. And I'm like, manslaughter? That guy's dead. And he died a painful
murder. Yeah.
This guy died
manslaughter also means you're dead.
He died a painful, scary death.
And a horrible death of being murdered by police.
Death, usually of like passion.
So correct.
Am I right?
Well, no, manslaughter is you were doing a reckless act that resulted in someone's death, like drunk driving. That's often manslaughter. However, there is a stipulation with manslaughter that if you were also incorrectly performing your responsible duty or whatever, like for example, if a lifeguard lets someone drown and doesn't do anything about it, that's often considered manslaughter. So I guess the way they're considering that is it's the police's job to police and walk around with guns, and they were bad at that, which resulted in a death. So manslaughter. If I had to guess, that's the way I agree with Kyle. I think that's just, it's hard to get more murderous than shooting a guy on the ground.
Yeah, based on Kyle's story, it seems like they should have gone for murder.
Yeah, but if I had to guess, the reason it's manslaughter is because they were
They're cops.
performing their
Murderers, right?
occupational.
It's because they're
Yeah,
cops.
because they're cops, and cops
I
can
don't-
do
Because
whatever
they're
the
cops.
fuck they
Correct.
want.
That's the real answer.
Oh.
Correct. But yeah,
The murder is a charge. It just has degrees. That's what I'm thinking of. Third
Yes.
degree, second, first. I don't know them.
third.
Guys, I don't want to take a bunch of hate for this, but I don't like police officers.
We've went through them before. I think it varies on jurisdictions as well. Like
It
one
does.
place might have different verbiage on what constitutes second, third, first, and I'm sure there's federal and it doesn't matter. But,
if that guy's
in
pinky
the end, they
tip-
got off light based on what they did because this guy's they say hands up and he's already shot. I don't know how many
Yeah.
times.
If
And
that
he's
guy's pinky tip
he's
would have
just
choked
like-
a child, manslaughter, right?
I-
if that guy's
Yes.
pinky tip had fallen from the
Yes.
sky and choked a child, manslaughter because he was bad at paramotor.
That would be manslaughter. I think it would be. Yeah.
I can't believe
And that
we circled back to that.
shouldn't be murder.
Can you
because he
imagine
didn't
what would
murder.
happen to the if that's how the paramotoring like crowd got like swooped up by the FAA and like all the okay, now you need a real pilot's license, bucko. It's just,
I don't know that
was
I'd
the guy
hate
who
it.
did it.
It sounds
There's
like it's
some
going to be
advantages
that
to
guy
meeting.
with the no skull that's going to fuck you guys over, if anything. The paramotor group, because it doesn't. Based on what you said, that guy has not learned an inkling of a lesson based on that.
Yeah, what do you think his next injury will be?
He's going to die. You don't accelerate from the top of your head getting cut off to a finger issue or an arm break. Like you go from there to a cataclysmic death. Maybe he crashes into like a preschool.
He takes out one child.
Oh, no.
It's not like 9/11.
It's like 9/11.
It's the Timothy McVeigh of the skies.
Ages 9 to 11.
That this aircraft weighs 42 pounds and he just injures a teacher.
Yeah, he's just-
It's a sprained ankle from the
she's like
collision.
the response is she's like, what the hell? Like
Rude.
What is that thing?
42 pounds. Those things are death traps. Me and my
You know
friends
what I
were
would
joking
want?
about
Like-
mounting a gun to one.
Oh,
Does it-
one of what?
Paramotor.
Paramotor.
Oh,
Yeah,
no.
there's a guy who videotaped himself shooting a gun out of his paramotor.
Really?
Did anybody give him shit?
The community did, but I'm not sure it's illegal. So
If
he's
I was
out
still
west.
making videos, I would do that. I would learn how to paramotor well enough to like make a quick.
Mhm.
Would
The dude's out
recoil
west.
make any difference in your flight or no?
No, it's so
Nothing.
small, right? Like
Yeah.
this was a Glock, right? And you could
Yeah, right.
hold a Glock against your nose and shoot it. I think.
Oh,
Like do a
yeah.
9
See,
mil,
see,
for
we
example.
we were going the next level up. We were like, what if you mounted a belt fed to the side of one? Like,
Yeah,
'cause
you need a bigger
you
fan.
got to go all out, right? So
Mhm.
I'm
If
trying
you
to
had-
think.
If you had a
Go-
cool mount where like your feet maybe were in some stirrups, so you could like
Yeah, like the gunner mount, like the
You
bar
could-
mount with the.
I'm sure
Well,
Woody's good enough pilot to like you can hover that thing, huh? Like if you've got like a wind to deal with,
Yeah,
like
I think definitely.
you could get into a
headwind.
hover and then you'd have the pushing back of the machine gun. And
Yeah,
you if you had like a 30 caliber, like a
yeah. We were talking about like
Yeah, it'd
taking
be
like
cool.
a 308, like an MG or whatever, or something comparable to a 308 or whatever. And we were like, wouldn't that like push the sustained recoil, like push the paramotor back?
yeah.
I bet
Yeah.
that would. Yeah.
Well, it wouldn't
Yeah.
stop it in its flight. No. It'll if he's moving forward
It
actively.
would pendulum him back a little.
Yeah. It would just cause some resistance you'd have to deal with, correct?
Yeah.
I guess you
I
just
guess
give it
I'm
some
just
throttle and
imagining
counter it.
That'd be a
anything
big deal.
impacting you a lot, but I guess that's wrong.
Like I just actually purchased my first. Kyle will be proud. I purchased my first 50 cal the other day.
Nice. What kind you get?
An M82, the big Barrett semi-auto boys.
Picture for you, Zach.
Yeah, I'm going to blow up something with it to be productive at some point. I was thinking about making
What state do you live in?
Tennessee.
You ever go up to Kentucky to Knob Creek?
I know guys who go to Knob Creek. I've never been myself, but I know the area.
If you want fancy
that.
ammo for that thing, go up there.
Is Knob Creek
Yeah,
a shooting range?
It's like the
in Knob
biggest.
Creek?
It's sort of an
Small boy.
outdoor arms sale mixed with the
Thank
biggest like machine gun shoot you've ever seen.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
They got that. I'm wanting to get some API rounds, and what's that one? The slap rounds or whatever for them. They're whatever. They're supposed to be the big fancy boys.
Yeah.
What makes
Um,
them interesting?
What is a slap round?
Saboted. Do you remember, Kyle?
It's
Something armor piercing.
it's a Saboed 30 caliber tungsten, I believe, It's about as sharp as you would get a pencil if you were getting after it in elementary school. And it's saboed by these 3 red. I got slapped.
What does that
What
word
does sabo mean?
Okay, that's when you've got so the barrel's 50 caliber, half an inch.
Sure.
The projectile's 30 caliber, 3/10 of an inch. So it's sandwiched in this sabo of like plasticky material to form that solid projectile. When it exits the barrel, that sabo is separated, and you've got that the actual projectile continuing onward.
Why do you want the projectile to be smaller?
For penetration.
Okay, I thought maybe, but I was asking for everybody.
And I would imagine, I don't know what the velocity of that stuff is. I didn't really care at the time. I was shooting at 50 yards at armor.
Right? Didn't matter.
Didn't matter. But I just assumed that, I bet this is going really, really fucking fast, huh?
Oh, so the middle thing comes out of the wide thing. I get it. I see it. And
So
it's really sharp and it pokes holes.
Find slap T. Because that's what I always used when we did armor testing out of 50 cals. I don't know what it costs, probably $40 a round.
Imagine shooting like $50 bills out of your gun. Like that's.
I wouldn't be able to enjoy it.
You wouldn't shoot a slap round for fun. You shoot a slap round to like penetrate heavy armor. The concept behind the round is that it's for fun, of course. Yeah, this is purely recreational, as a joke on the internet.
One on the right.
Yes. Yeah.
So not only is it like look at it, it's fucking beautiful. Like that cherry red, like plasticky shit is semi-translucent, and it lights up. It's a tracing compound. That's what it does. So this is a tracing armor penetrating round. I don't know how fast it goes, but I always imagined, I don't know, 3,800 feet per second, maybe something hotter than that. I don't know, but really hot, I would guess. And I don't know how much shit you'd have to go back to the videos, but we shot through a lot of stuff.
What is the difference between the slap and the slap T there? Because it looks like it's a different level of plastic around it.
It's a tracer.
But the slap T goes faster, or just a different?
No, they're the same. It's because you have to have burning chemicals in behind the bullet of a actual tracer round. So the slap T is just loaded different, so that you can have a tracer.
Yeah, they added a tracing compound rather than just a traditional sabo.
They just have to build them out differently. But yeah, there's like armor piercing incendiary, which like that'll go through any vehicle. The idea behind a slap round is that you can pierce heavy armor theoretically from the right distance.
I shot a lot of blue tip, which is just incendiary, but when we did the Dragon 50 video, which is it's like an M2 but souped up to go 1,100 rounds per minute rather than whatever they shoot, 700 roughly. So it's like double the rate of fire. It's an aircraft 50 caliber machine gun that we mounted on my buggy. And then but the guy had driven down from I don't know where the fuck, the guy who invented the thing, and he brought case after case of armor piercing incendiary rounds. And when we were done filming, I shot a few hundred rounds of them. I cut a tree down and shot a bunch of other shit. But when we were done, he was like, "I don't even want to haul this shit back home. Do you want all this ammo?" And I was like, "Yep, just unload it right over there." And like I don't know what it cost per round. He gave me 300 rounds of API.
Oh my gosh,
nice
bro! Deal. API right now, because I've been looking at buying it, is like $10 to $15 a round.
Yeah, it's only going up.
It's only going up too. Yeah. Man.
Yeah.
What does API stand for? Armor piercing incendiary.
We're gonna shoot through you and then set you on fire.
Yeah, this is called the insult to injury round. You're like all fucked up, and also like you're on fire.
It's an act of compassion. You cauterize the wound.
Yeah,
it's if
you're welcome.
You could take they were really good for shooting pressurized cylinders of flammable gases, anything like that.
As we all have to do like 3 times a week.
Of course.
It was a big part of my. It was a big part of my.
My wife's always saying, "Taylor, it's time to shoot pressurized gas cylinders." Saying, "Give me a minute." You know how married life is.
The 50 cal and the M82 specifically was designed so that fire teams or realistically like, man-sized elements on the ground more than a fire team, were capable of stopping vehicles, anti-material. So most of the specialized rounds you'll see for it are for that purpose. So like Kyle was like, yes, it is funny, like, haha, shoot flammable materials. But a flammable material like that would be a tank or an engine block in a vehicle. So the idea being you can just put one round into the front of a truck and end it.
Those trucks have jerry cans usually on the side of them. Like if you look at this footage in Ukraine, you'll see tanks and trucks and Jeeps of all kinds with jerry cans on the side full of diesel or gasoline. And a round into that isn't necessarily going to destroy the tank. But if it sets 5 liters of petrol on fire on top of this thing and it's dripping down into it, like we're having a bad day.
Yeah, it's not
a bad day.
It won't help their morale.
I don't know why I called it petrol. I'm imagining I'm there and I'm trying to fit in with the Ukrainians. Imagine they call it petrol.
Like a part of Top Gear.
Man, should we have gone? Should we have gone, Taylor? And let me ask you this.
No.
Think about where
should we have gone to an active war zone?
Yes. No, bear with me here for a
question,
second. Look, we only get one life, right?
Yeah, that's my argument.
Okay. With me here. Like I feel like I was reading that thing or not reading, but watching that YouTube video about the same thing. When the conquistadors came and they were conquering South America, and the guy had this, I can't remember exactly what he said, but it was the guy who was writing. He was like, can you imagine a more like incredible feat? We are truly the heroes of mankind. We burned the ships we came here on, giving ourselves no way of retreat. And we have walked amongst millions, 400 strong, and like conquered them. And
that is one of the biggest W's of all time.
And it was like, man, I had a good KD one time.
Man, one time I had a nuke.
It's like maybe we should have geared up and went, Taylor, so that we could live our best life, our warrior life. Like our 500 years ago, I think our like Irish chubby ancestors would have taken up arms and traveled across the stormy seas to do battle with these what were they called back then? The Rus.
The Huns.
The Rus. That was the ancient name for the Russians. It is. It's the Rus.
Yeah, the Rus.
Yeah.
Fucking fact check me then.
You're right. You're right. I was joking about the Huns, and Wendigoon gave me a pity laugh, and that was it. That's all we needed.
It was the Rus.
Kyle, what
I fact checked.
Actually happened is
it's the Mopes.
Dude, the Mopes, Cherry. Like we would have been fucked because we would have gone over there, and they would have been like, throw these 2 American retards on the front and tell them to walk.
That's where I want to go. First of all, they're not gonna think of American. I'm gonna wear my FPS-Russia gear and I'm doing the accent the whole fucking time. Look,
They're kept it up. Know.
They're not gonna know.
They'll be like, "Oh, comrade, you Russian? Oh, my name is FPS-Russia." Yes, you've told us this. Now,
they won't know. They won't know.
Remember to like and subscribe.
They would be so mad. Is what would actually happen. I remember I was.
So you came here for, you say, memes?
I remember I was at like E3 or VidCon. I don't remember which, but I was outside the convention center, and like I always did the accent when I was at those things.
Of course,
like 100% of the time, because I need some little cocksucker to like record me and be like, and just like make a big deal. You know, I ruined the fun for the children. I view myself like Santa Claus, right? Like this isn't a conspiracy against you guys, right? You know, this is about making it fun for kids. Anyway,
it was me. I was the children.
You were the one, yeah.
That was it.
But like I saw Philip DeFranco, and he like walked up to me. He was like, hey, blah blah blah, and I think he'd been a little bit rude about me in a video or two. So there was no way he was going to get to meet Kyle that day.
I like him.
I was like,
that's a kid to meet Kyle.
I was like, you're not going to get to meet Kyle today. So I was like, oh, Philip DeFranco, very nice. You know, went through the whole fucking thing, acted like I wasn't. I was blown away by LA and the tall buildings and shit. And running water everywhere. You know, through the whole fucking thing.
Wow, where is open sewer where you piss?
And I could see him being actively annoyed that I wouldn't drop the shtick. And like we had like a 2-3 minute conversation, maybe. I don't really remember, but like I remember him walking away and being like, I could tell he was even less impressed by me than he was when the conversation had begun. And I did not give a fuck. And then though, like, because I'd been standing there talking to Philip DeFranco for so long, 3 minutes is long enough in that crowd that like that if the two of us are standing there,
you noticed
a crowd had gathered a bit. And this Russian lady with a child immediately approached me and started speaking fucking Russian and gesturing toward her child. And he's nodding up at me. Now I can put the body language together here. She's saying, "This is little Alexei. He's a big fucking fan of yours. It's great to see a Russian role model who isn't like a villain." I guarantee she said something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And
this
I
is little Sergey. He's very offended by your offensive caricature.
But she's speaking fucking Russian, and like there isn't an English word in there, and Russian's not doesn't sound a lot like English. This isn't Spanish where I can work shit out. So
a couple sneezes and a cough.
I like leaned in and I was like, "Ma'am, I it's a character that I do. I'm kind of an actor. I wouldn't call myself that, but it's a character thing. I'm not Russian." And she got red-faced and angry and stormed away with her child. I mean, the conversation did not go any further. I don't even remember if she spoke another word after I said that. I think she may have just stormed off.
Sad.
Did you feel guilty for being such a shameless trickster?
Yeah, I was like, got her.
Another bitch in my web.
But no, whenever somebody's like, "I knew you weren't Russian," it's like, well, maybe if you watched from the very beginning of the channel and you watched the accent evolve over the course of 3 years, you might know that. But to the average Russian who watched like name a video that got a lot of views, they couldn't tell.
Oh man,
nah, I knew the whole time.
That boy,
and it wasn't just because we were friends at the time.
That boy grew up to be Vladimir Putin. Believe it or not.
That's
that
bit of time travel involved, but yeah.
It lines up. Don't count. I know.
Yeah, VidCon 1957.
You want to talk about conspiracy theories, Wendigoon? A guy named Vladimir, his arch rival, is a guy whose name is also Vladimir, basically, but with Y's. We're supposed to believe Volodymyr versus Vladimir.
Yeah, okay,
really?
Elites.
Yeah,
sure.
I believe it. Yeah, okay.
Definitely not.
It's
Ukraine's
all fake.
definitely real and not a psyop.
I don't even know if Ukraine is real.
Russia exists. Sure, whatever you say, government.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You're just being like questioning about everything.
Taylor,
it's like, I'm
if
sure.
you think Vladimir versus Volodymyr doesn't make any sense. This one's going to blow
hate
your
the
mind.
name Volodymyr. It doesn't flow.
I don't like it either. It doesn't roll off the English tongue.
No,
you got to be a filthy Slav for that
it's
to make
horrible
sense.
name.
You gotta have that gunk on your tongue because you never brush your teeth to pronounce words with that.
Volodymyr. No, Vladimir.
Yeah,
just,
you need a little Vladimir. Yeah. Can't do it. This one's really gonna blow your mind. Then American Revolution. Who was that fought between?
Well,
there were several
us
generals.
And the British and the
was
French
names?
Joined in.
George Washington, King George,
George faced off. Yeah.
Yep.
That's true. And our George was better in the end.
Well, yeah, ours who lost every battle he was ever in except two.
You know, if you're gonna put everything under a microscope, then yeah, it doesn't look right.
yeah, if you count who won, sure, whatever.
I don't know if you've ever heard the old lose the battle but win the war.
Yeah, exactly. That's like when people are like the Nazi regiments actually did the best. They had the best KD, and it's like, yeah, they all did have the best KD. And how'd the game wrap up? Okay, like
pretty well for them. They got jobs in Texas and Alabama and Florida.
Well, some of the average Nazi didn't. We came in and we took the cream off the top.
Well, as you always tell me, Taylor,
scientists.
As you always say, the average Nazi was not our enemy.
as I yeah.
Well, you lay it out really well. Cool. Something about the how all leadership is fascist. Go ahead.
Yes. That all makes sense.
And the birds.
It gets into something about banks.
The virus bomb. The virus bomb.
No, go back. No. Too far.
Yes.
Jesus is sad again.
I miss.
What's the stadium the Blues play in? You're always ranting about this stuff. I can't.
Nazi Trade Center. Yeah, the Nazi.
What are they playing?
Scott Trade Center.
Don't you hate that like our teams have to play in corporate fucking billboards?
What is the Scott Trade Center? Is it about the grass company or the tape?
No, it's a big investment firm.
Yeah.
That's bullshit. I would never choose an investment firm based on the name of the stadium.
Or no shit. It was Scott Trade before. This was 2 years ago. Now it's the Enterprise Center. So it's got like green lights around Enterprise. Yeah, because like that company is based out of here and they're very big, and like all the Taylor family who owns Enterprise is like they have a hard on for like giving lots of money to the St. Louis area.
Didn't you work for Enterprise and the Taylor family owns it?
Yeah,
to come together. If
dude,
you're
can you imagine if I was a billionaire
and you're still letting us pay you? Then I am so done being your friends.
Imagine I'm worth a cool 1.3 billion, and I never told.
And
you.
he performed on
You're not even. You're letting us split meals and shit.
Dude, that would be my personality about it.
He's not a billionaire, but he's like a quarter billionaire, maybe. Mm-hmm. And he doesn't pay for anything. Like he doesn't buy your meal when you go out to dinner and stuff. Rarely. Like he's the guy that rented that beach house. He invited us over, and we were gonna do a vacation in California together. It was a flying thing, and we were talking about like camping and little houses. And he's like, it's not where he wanted to stay. So he's like, I got the rent. I'll do that. But mostly, he doesn't buy all your shit, so he's actually your friend.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you don't know why you're hanging with him.
Yeah, for sure. But I mean, in some cases, that's like Brent out in Texas, like you have a runway and a private jet over there and like a private chef. Like there's not going to be a part where I chip in for anything. Like we're on your dime. Like when you show up over there. But I guess that's kind of its own thing because that's the deal with the Ox Ranch is that it's all that wild game and adventure stuff. It's so cool there. I want to go back.
It is really cool.
But if you guys hung out together all the time and every time he went to lunch, he picked it up, he might start to wonder why you invite him. Like it might make him second guess.
I don't know him. I don't know him
inviting
well
him as a pay pig, basically.
I don't know him.
I
don't know him well enough to like know how he would feel about it. But I would be really surprised if I had to pay for a meal if we went out to dinner together. I would be shocked. Like I would be a little offended if I had to pay for my meal if we went out to dinner.
Kyle, if we go out to dinner,
he's worth $300 million, and he's my age. Just to be clear. Like
right. I get that.
If we are somewhere, then we arrived on his jet.
Yeah.
And we're gonna go, and he's gonna pick the restaurant, and then he's gonna expect me to like pay for like a.
That would actually be pretty funny.
And I bet he owns the restaurant.
And then they were like, "Hey, you've got the tab, right?"
Yeah.
And he's like trashed off of bottles of Dom Perignon, drinking 3,000 bottles of champagne just to get drunk. You got this right.
I haven't spoken to him or anything in several years, but last time I was out there, like I think he's got a friend who just seemed like he really enjoyed being Brent's friend because I bet it's awesome being Brent's friend. And he was like, "We're going to like New Orleans if you want to go." And like we hop on his jet and go. And I'm like, "Can you just invite me onto his jet?" Like I don't know how comfortable I feel about that. Now I wanted to get back home to my girlfriend. That to me was better than riding in a private jet to New Orleans because I despise New Orleans.
Why do you hate New Orleans?
I haven't been.
I don't think I'm allowed to talk about why I hate New Orleans on YouTube.
Yeah, all those sexy kids.
Oh, no. You know it. Oh God,
I've never been to New Orleans. I've always heard it's a blast.
I just think it's not my scene. I remember like it smells like pee. You know, it smells like.
I have heard that. That is a downside. I don't like.
I don't like that smell. You know, the smell of rants of urine, and I don't like seeing. Look, like everybody likes titties. Don't get me wrong, but like. Yeah. I don't like them so much that I want to go stand in a filthy street with a bunch of sweaty, smelly people
isn't
while a horse randomly walks by with a cop on it, and like it's a madhouse, man. It's just look.
The food's a huge thing, right? Like what? Like the good seafood and like New Orleans is supposed to have that really good Cajun food. Those boils.
I mean, Louisiana in general has some of the most. I was down by the Gulf Coast, like not long after the big spill. And it was the first time I'd seen black people on a beach, because like I'd only been.
Were they originally black, or was it related to the oil spill?
That's what I said. And we got
clean that guy off with some Dawn. Get him safe.
I was out there, like you've seen the people saving the ducks, right?
Right. Yeah. Right. You were doing that to the.
Dude, I was out there, and the third guy I tried to wipe down, and it didn't come off. I was like, this is not an oil spill. This is a racial aberration. Black folks in Louisiana like the beach, and like playing volleyball and shit. And like I'd never seen a black man play volleyball. I don't know.
Wait, is it a stereotype that black people don't like the beach? I feel like I've seen plenty of black people at the beach.
Because look, a lot of African Americans, and I use that word in particular because I do mean black people in America, for a lot of reasons, don't know how to swim. For one thing, they weren't allowed in the fucking pools until about a generation ago. And then for another, a pool is kind of an expensive thing for your community area to possess if you're in an inner city or something like that. So a lot of black people can't swim. So they don't go to the beach much. And also, they don't tan so well.
Well, but they don't have to.
They don't need to
think of all that sunblock money they're saving.
So I grew up by the beach, and I can tell you it's definitely a white dude thing.
Yeah, I think but down the Gulf Coast, full of black folks enjoying themselves out there on the beach playing volleyball and stuff.
So it seems more like it's a population density issue more than a black people not liking the beach thing.
I think that Southern black.
It's definitely maybe Southern black people are different. There are lots of black people in New Jersey and Philadelphia and the places that populated our beach. They don't go to the beach. It might be a water thing. It might be an economic thing because it's expensive to get beach houses and shit. But mostly, black people don't hang out on the beach in New Jersey.
That's so bizarre. If I lived near the beach, I'd be there all the time, but I'm not black. So.
I'm definitely not a beach expert, but I've been one of the beaches in LA. I don't know, down by a pier I walked to. Maybe that muscle thing. Maybe. I walked down because it was some sort of Venice, I think. I went there and I didn't see any black folks. I've been to Myrtle Beach, Jekyll Island, and like 3 beaches in Florida. You just don't see it much. I don't think they care for it. It's not their bag, baby. But down the Gulf Coast, we were in this really, really good restaurant that had amazing Cajun food. The food's great. I just hate that filthy city.
What'd you get from the restaurant?
Yeah, it's been years ago, but like the traditional stuff, like the like jambalaya and I just like rice and beans and all that stuff. I like the
I'm
Cajun
so
spices.
Hungry.
Fried green tomatoes with some remoulade.
Oh, fried green tomatoes are just tremendous.
Yeah,
and I don't think people that didn't grow up in the South even know what fried green tomatoes are. Like
if you're ever down by Savannah, Georgia, there's a really good restaurant there called the Old Pink House, and they have the best fried green tomatoes I've ever had.
I Googled why black people don't like the beach. Apparently, in the old days, it was really racist. They segregated the beaches, and white people got like all the good ones and pretty much all of them. And then there was like a little bit of black beach that they gave them like one shitty block.
It's 2022, though. That shit hasn't existed for generational 5 decades.
Touche. I mean, I made that same argument against Destiny unsuccessfully because he's better at debating. But, like that was 6 generations ago. Why is that still a thing? But,
that doesn't make sense to me. It seems like it has to be
a culture could extend generations like that. Maybe not.
Maybe.
But
I think that like, did you have a favorite surfer growing up, Woody?
Yes.
He was a white guy, huh?
Yeah.
I bet he had a favorite surfer when he was a kid, and that guy probably looked a lot like him. Yeah. And you know what I mean? I doubt there was ever like a cool ass black dude like hanging 10 on a magazine ever. And maybe if there had been, there'd be some guy.
I can't think of one.
Although black people are like I wish we need a black man here to talk. Like, see, last week we talked about abortion a bit, and we had a woman on. Like we really should get a black person on when we talk about race issues, so that it's, but not a real one, like a fake one. The same way we had a fake woman last time. That way we could just run wild.
Yeah, I'll pretend to be black.
Be like,
I just know weird conspiracy religious stuff, but yeah, that's all I got.
No, you're solid, man. If you can moonlight as a black man,
we'll have you back on this.
Or just vaguely Latino.
There,
drop homes every now and then.
I wonder if we literally have any black people. White guy, white guy, white guy, white guy, white guy, white guy.
Wolf.
I'm looking in the future. White guy.
Oh.
Woody, don't count. Know. This isn't a competition. We're gonna win.
Let's formally invite KSI on the show.
Sure. There was one story I wanted to mention only because you brought up both Nazis and money, and I thought it was funny. So at church, a bunch of the little kids. I'm a Sunday school teacher for like older groups. So, but like the little kids like to ask me questions about, whatever, because I'm just nice. And a few Sundays ago, there hasn't been a place to tell anyone else's story, but it's been bothering me. A kid comes up to me before the service and he tugs on my pant leg and he was like, I'm like, oh, hey, what are you doing, buddy? This kid's like 6, maybe 7. And I'm like, how's it going? He said, I had a question I want to talk to you. I'm like, yeah, sure. Whatever it is, man. What is it? And he was like, what does the Bible say about evil people? And I'm like, that's like a big question. Like that's a lot.
Lots of things.
A whole lot, as a matter of fact. So then I give him, whatever Sunday school teacher answer. And then he goes, so where was Hitler in the Bible? And I just kind of freeze for a second. I'm like, Hitler? He wasn't in it per se. And then before I could say anything else, the kid goes, but wasn't he rich? And I just like froze. I'm like, who has told you anything that you know about anything? So
Hitler is rich, and no, just tell him Hitler's at the end. And
that would have been my last day as a Sunday school teacher. The ultimate reality that I would have woven for him in that moment would have gotten me fired. Yes, he was rich.
Listen.
He had all of the moon diamonds.
Was Hitler rich? I never even stopped to consider that.
He was. Yeah. Well,
he was after he took
power. He was
power,
using the party's money, but yeah, it's the same
was
thing.
He? I don't think he grew up rich, right?
He came from
he didn't.
He was very poor, and then
he was originally assigned to go investigate this little splinter political group called the National Socialist. What are they? Wings.
National Socialist.
National Socialist Party.
And he got there and he became enamored with them. He was like, actually, I kind of want to be a part of this. And like that's how he got into the whole thing. But
that would be a hilarious guy like on Blue Check Twitter now who's like, I'm nothing like anyone else. I'm a hardcore nationalist, but I'm a socialist. And he tries to get himself lauded from both sides, and then they're like, "Ha bitch!"
Isn't that the thing? Y'all know better than I do, but isn't that the thing Wing said everyone memed on him for? He was like, "I believe National Socialism," not understanding what he was saying or whatever. Yeah.
I think you give it another try. He said.
And he also could have added like the addendum or whatever of like, yeah, that seems like a good idea. Minus all that Jew stuff. Like, that seems trouble.
It's fun to laugh at him and meme at him, but the chat has gotten me to say some stupid shit too. So
he didn't know what he was
I've
saying.
Said stuff that's so
he
terrible.
Meant socialism
and stupid.
Yeah, he meant socialism and national socialism. I don't know. Did he think that was like
He literally just meant a form of socialism. I think what he meant, I can't say, but it seems like he's like, yeah, a form of socialism that prioritizes the members of America first or whatever. And then it's like, so National Socialism,
yeah.
And then he's like, yeah, that sounds right.
He was talking about healthcare and said he would prefer that things go to like healthcare within a country rather than foreign aid. And someone's like, oh yeah, that's called National Socialism. So he just looks over at Chad and he's like, yeah, that. Let's give that a try again. That's a good way to go.
No, he's like, yeah, that sounds good. National Socialist.
Streams doing it.
That's what he does. He like phrases it out. He goes, he like reads the question out loud. He's like, what do I think of National Socialism? And then he gives it praise. He's like, I think it could work. We just need to give it another try. Something like that. It's like, God, that couldn't have came out of your mouth in a worse way.
That poor guy.
I mean, he's not like they could have run that system without being like fucking murderous monsters. They could have done that without being
they also like
Jewish genocidal maniacs.
I had no idea what you were talking about. Yeah, there it is.
Oh, I was meaning like his idea.
National socialism in America. I would like to try it. The problem is society as a whole moves slowly.
Did you see the last frame? It was Hitler.
Okay. That's super fucking funny. But we all know what he meant. Like, no one can say he's a Nazi. He doesn't.
No, of course he's not a Nazi. Although he does have a shaved head.
That seems genetic.
He knows that look.
It's genetic. That's another black pill. There you go.
Dude, the ultimate black pill, going bald. That'd be tough. Where is the line? I'm curious. This is great for audio listeners. Where is the line on your head that you would allow it to get back to before you go whole cloth, you're cleaning house, Vin Diesel?
Oh,
how far would you go?
No. You're missing you're the wrong question. Like how far does it go before we have surgical intervention?
Okay, how far are you saying? Because Kyle, you already have a low hairline, like for a 36-year-old. And so, what are you thinking? How far back?
I mean, I take my finasteride and I soak in my DHT preventing shampoo for an hour every day. So I think I'll be chill. But if it got like deteriorated or any and sort of like a way that my hair couldn't be wet, like if my hair gets wet and you can see my scalp, like that'd be too much.
Yeah, that was some Patrick Bateman shit. Woody, when would you?
How high would it go before I shaved it? I don't know. It's pretty high. Like I can see my scalp. I have less confidence with this haircut than I've ever had.
But just the line.
No, you look cool, man.
You say
cool.
there?
I don't know.
Okay.
It depends. One thing I would shave for, if I had the unicorn spike coming out the front and the baldness at the
bottom.
Yeah,
get rid of that. Get rid of that little island. I call that the island of shame.
Yeah.
Well, down here you call it a flavor saver, but up there it's just a.
No, down here it's a soul patch, right?
Oh,
that's a widow's peak, right? Whenever the hair.
I have a widow's peak.
It's a widow's peak if it's connected. When it becomes an island, it's just a unicorn horn in my mind.
I see what you're saying. Gotcha.
That's time to shave.
Yeah, widow's peak's more like about how your hairline is genetically. That's kind of
the widow's peak. Mine, I actually have more of a widow's peak than you can tell. Like I can't do it in a camera, but like this goes up. People think my hairline's really super straight. But it just kind of looks that way. It actually.
Well, it was
no. Widow's peak
yesterday.
is here.
I mean, she went in that. She went in.
She widowed me up with the.
No, this is not what a widow's peak is. A widow's peak is a small point here at the center of your.
Are you sure it doesn't refer to the greater hairline, like the way you can bald back?
No. I think
it's the widow's peak because I have one. If I let my hair get short, it goes like a little triangle down.
Yeah, I like when you do that little doo-wop.
Dude, he came on the show 10 years ago and it was straight up cosplaying as Clark Kent. Like he had this thing coming out.
If my hair gets long, that's just the way it goes. My hair is so fucking curly. I look like a true Mediterranean when my hair gets long as shit. Other than my Accutane bleach skin.
On your like Tinder or whatever, did you have a picture of you with like the doo-wop thing going on?
Maybe it wasn't intentional. If I did, why should I? Is that a good look? Should I style it so that the curl comes?
Oh yeah,
because the curl's always coming down. It's always trying.
I need that in my life.
Find ways down.
Mm.
You have the most straight hair ever, Kyle. So
Taylor,
for you, styling
put the curl back. I'm almost there.
I can't. No, I'm gonna tease you. It's organic. I don't cause the curl to come down. It just comes down. No, I bet fucking Wendigoon's got the same fucking curly hair. It looks like he does.
I'm pretty good. I mean,
gosh, that is a lot.
Oh, well, your hair is not curly at all. That's incredibly straight.
It's
doesn't it keep you warm in the summer?
Jesus, hippie.
It does pretty bad, but whenever I'm like out shooting or whatever, I always wear a bandana. Like most of the men in my family, like especially the older ones, they like died with a full head of jet black hair. Like it just,
Jet
they're all,
black,
they're,
too.
yeah, they were all,
how did they die?
How did they die?
I realize I need to clarify.
Car
Well,
accident.
all of them died in a tragic house fire.
Great heads of hair, though.
That side of my family,
It really lit up.
that side of my family's like Italian. So all the men have like long black hair into like, their later years and stuff. So hopefully that's not a problem I have to worry about. They all either died in shootouts or of lung cancer from smoking. So that's the true American way to go out.
Yeah, the two threats.
The two threats facing a Southern man.
A shootout or lung cancer.
Shootout or lung cancer. That's the most Appalachian testament of death. That and what's the other thing that gets COPD. Yeah. Because everyone works in coal mines.
Doesn't drinking moonshine make you go blind and die?
It can't.
Only if you're like real
a bad
stupid?
batch will. If you're bad at it, it will.
Because it's what is it called? Methanol. It's methanol gets in there, and then that makes you go blind. Because that's why they run the still first and let the methanol out before it's just ethanol, right?
You're supposed to siphon the concentrated.
I watched 3 episodes of Moonshiners 10 years ago, high off my ass. I think I know what I'm fucking talking about.
I think a big part. So a big part of what went on.
Wendigoon. Subject matter expert on the
I saw an
call
episode of Moonshiners blackout drunk in 2012, so I think I know what's going on.
Anyway, no, you're pretty much right. Like the reason that you siphon some of it off, or you get the straight chemicals or whatever out, is because it can, for one, kill you or just make you go blind if you're not careful. Normally, like I said, it's if you're bad at it, that's when it's a problem, because you're not doing it correctly. A bunch of my family, a bunch of my family did like bootlegging and all that. So it was like an insult. If someone went blind, they were considered stupid. Like they had no clue what they were doing
because they didn't do it correctly. And
correct.
Yeah.
It's like, haha, you hear about old Jim Crow, Jim Bob, or whatever up on the mountainside.
Crow?
You hear about old Jim Crow?
I thought
you won't believe the words he has to say about this certain group. I'm no political genius, but I don't care for this Jim Crow fella.
I think he's kind of a jerk.
I give him 1.5 thumbs down. The second half was because he thought he was helping.
This?
Yes. It was like that. Like a little drink. Yeah. He tried to help very racistly. just couldn't get the pieces together. Yeah.
I'm not getting behind this one.
Very racistly. But yeah, so like a bunch of the old family did like moonshining. There was which is where NASCAR comes from, a true American tradition. How's
that connection? Moonshine funded NASCAR in the beginning.
Bootlegging did. So the way that it worked is whenever Prohibition started in the 20s or the 30s. What year did Prohibition start and end? It was like 20.
It was like, wasn't it late 20s to early 30s?
I think it ended in 32 or something like that.
Yeah, 33.
Anyway, before then, vehicles were just starting to become widely produced, and if there was a vehicle, they would just drive it standard until they began to need to outrun the police. So whenever they started to need to outrun police, they started 20 to 33 according to Zach. Yeah. They started needing to soup up the engines of vehicles, which was the first time anyone tried to tune their cars to go faster. So after Prohibition ended in 33, there was now this entire market in the South of people who had souped up vehicles and done engines to make cars go fast. So they figure, well, we've got all this, we might as well do something with it. Let's just race each other. And that's where NASCAR began, which is why it has its roots as like a Southern American sport. Early NASCAR races involved a lot of fights and drinking during races and whatnot.
They should have kept it the same then.
They should have. It is funny. Like I never got into NASCAR, but I do respect the culture and the idea of it because, again, I live in Tennessee.
Mm-hmm.
It is interesting. The majority of the complaints that people have who used to enjoy NASCAR is the idea that it's become too safe. Like there was a near soldier or
That's
like
such a funny complaint.
It's like it saw it as a merit of valor, right? It's kind of this sounds weird, but if you're from the South, if you know what I'm talking about, you may get it. It's almost like the way people view military service now.
Sure. Yeah, you were taking a risk. You put yourself out there. There's something respectable about the level of risk you took.
Yeah, exactly. There's something about a man stepping out there doing something dangerous, something wild, and putting their life on the line. And now it's seen as a step down from what it used to be, for one reason or the other. And with NASCAR, they feel like, oh, so they've got all these rules. One of the big rules that is like reasonable is what they call it, restrictor plate racing, to where all the cars have to be in like specific lineup or whatever, where it used to be just a drag out, like however you can get.
The restrictor plate prevents how much air goes in the carb. Am I wrong? Is that not how that works?
There's something about restrictor plate racing to where it prevents you. It's something, I don't know NASCAR. It's something about either the way you move the vehicle or the way you can move. Yeah, they use drafting to speed up. There's something about the way you move.
It's a plate placed over the engine intake to control the amount of air available to the engine. By controlling the flow of air to the power, the car is limited and thus drives down the speed of the car. So an engine is just a pump, right? It's an air pump, basically. Air goes in one side and exhaust goes out the other. And by choking the amount of air that can go in it, it
slows down the car.
It slows down the car because there's a ratio of air to fuel that you put in there. So when you lower that air, you have to lower the fuel, and you can only create so much power out of this restricted thing. And it changes, if I understand it right, it changes the strategy in that low horsepower cars can't just like rip around without you. It bunches them all up and makes them draft more.
Yeah. One of the problems I've heard with that that people legitimately have is that makes, like you said, everyone's bunched up more. So that causes, like, instead of just 2 cars wrecking, it's now 20 cars wrecking because everyone's combined and next to each other. Which I think it's Dale Earnhardt who said restrictor plate racing is going to be the death of NASCAR. And then he died on the track.
Sounds like Dale.
Yeah, that's a very Dale thing to do, the Intimidator himself. But like a lot of the stuff that would be considered more, like that. Like if someone wrecks there, everyone behind them is going to wreck too. There's no way out of that.
Wait, is that wasn't the start to the race though? That was like that pre-lap where they're all right.
They do get like that a lot. I've only been to a couple NASCAR races, but they do get pretty bunched.
They're 1 or 2 wide, but they do get bunched up. It's the key to good racing. It seems I'm like a new Formula One fan, just a couple of years now, is making them pass. Like they need the ability to pass it. The NASCAR is mostly circles or ovals, but in Formula One, a lot of the rule changes have to do with making passing more common. People like to see that exchange in places. And at the moment, I could be wrong, it seems like the car behind has so many advantages. You almost want to be in second place until the end. It used to be you'd rather be in first than second. Now, with the way DRS works and with the way some of the tracks are, it almost seems like it's better to be in second than first. So, yeah. And Zach says as much parity as possible. Dude, Formula One, I'm sorry, I'm changing the topic almost, but Formula One, the cars are not the same. And parts of me love that. I kind of love that, like, I kicked your ass. Well, your car's better. Well, if you were better, you'd be in a car as good as mine. Fuck you.
Yeah, join a better team, idiot.
Yeah, like Mercedes, Ferrari, and Red Bull are always hiring, but they're not hiring you, fuck shit, because I'm better than you. Like that's kind of fun.
Red pilled.
That's a Sigma.
I like it in that regard. It's unfair. And when a guy in the worst car gets like 8th place, that's a huge win. On the other hand, sometimes it seems like nobody loses, right? The guy in the best car gets 3rd, and he's on the podium. He's up there fucking shaking the champagne, doing his thing. The guy in 12th place is like, I think I had the 20th best car, and finishing 12th was really a win for me. The guy who goes from 16th to 8th gets that. The guy who goes from 8th to 16th is like, well, that's the best my car could manage today. Because the cars are uneven, nobody loses. And
Yeah.
everyone finds a way to define their performance as a win. I can't tell which drivers are better. It's not the guy that got first. It might be.
I mean, it's literally unfair. Like that would
to,
bother me if I started watching the sport. I'd be like, "Oh, Max Verstappen and whatever the other guy's name is,
Lewis Hamilton, maybe.
Lewis Hamilton.
Yeah.
They're both so good. Oh, but their cars are actually 30% better or 20% better, whatever. Like, okay, well that's not very exciting for me. I was at this bachelor party I was at. They were like, they put on at one point we were chilling like F1. And they're explaining all of it to me and like just being like, so this guy who's really famous and very good gets the best car on earth. And that guy at 24 has what fucking Mercedes could scrap together from spare parts. Like that. It's not impressive to beat that guy. Like like I'm sure it's impressive to beat the top 5 where they all have the incredible cars and everything. But like saying first out of 24 or whatever, like really. Get real. Did you really? if some team, if the Wild were playing with cardboard skates tonight, like we'd be like, yeah, this is because the Blues team, they're geniuses, they're skate masterminds, they know how to make the blade, they know how to make. It's like no, Minnesota ran out of money, and so now they're skating on box tops from a local elementary school.
That was a big thing too, dude. You want to talk about unfair? Some of the teams get money from the they all pay into a pool and then it gets redistributed based on how good they are. So the top teams get more money, but some teams like Williams and Ferrari and maybe Red Bull, after Williams and Ferrari I'm not positive anymore, they get money for no fucking reason. They just get like a legacy $60 million.
Yeah, a little stipend.
Yeah. Like, oh yeah, Ferrari, it doesn't matter how good you are, you get 60 million no matter what. Williams, you were literally the worst team for like every year for maybe 5 years in a row now. But, because we go back a ways, you get 30 million.
Is there like a
champion? 30 million.
Is there like a championship at the end of the year?
There's
points or something?
Yeah, points. Yeah. So that all season long they add up their points. Last year was really interesting because
what's your
came
team?
Down to the last lap of the last thing. I guess I have more than one. If I were to pick my favorite drivers, I was really pulling for Max Verstappen last year just because I wanted. Lewis Hamilton had won 7 times already, and I wanted the new winner.
Yeah.
Lando Norris is a really likable guy.
His name's Lando.
That sounds like a racer.
Lando Norris.
Lando Norris is super cool guy.
If he hadn't been an F1 driver, if he like worked the counter at a Wendy's, that'd be the lamest fucking name
He's
ever.
worth.
It's a good thing that guy made it.
He's worth $280 million.
Another
he
Baconator
doesn't have
Lando.
a girlfriend, and he's a Twitch streamer.
Supersize that for me, Lando. It doesn't roll off the tongue the same way.
Can you imagine if he was fat? They'd call him Lardo.
He's really good looking, and he's so nice. I wonder if he has like a killer instinct.
Young guy.
Zach says we could get Lando Norris on the show. No way.
Come on the show, Lando Norris. I can't. I'm going to ask you so many
show.
racing related questions.
Zach, if you get Lando
I want to
Norris
know how
on the
you go
show, I
fast.
will give you $50.
Lando, what's your favorite part about going so fast?
I bet.
Follow-up question.
No,
Mr. Lando.
no,
What's
Taylor,
your second favorite part about going so fast?
Every time
What's
he
your
like
least
talks
favorite part about
Follow-up question.
every time he talks about one of his racing accomplishments, like try to one-up him with one of your own driving stories from like the highway. Oh yeah, but that was pretty edgy in your $8 million race car. Let me tell you about some shit I did in a Hyundai one night.
What was that race? 2 hours? I drove 8 hours once.
yeah, that's pretty cool. I did donuts with a Hyundai Elantra in a public parking lot when I worked at Enterprise. What do you think about that? The payout. The payout. $12.50 an hour.
Which one of us is really here for the love of the game? That's what I want to know.
Yeah. So for the love of the game.
I think you could do it. Like I went to actually Destiny's debate a couple weeks ago. He was at UT.
Who did he debate?
He debated. I honestly know nothing of politics. I went there because I was meeting some other YouTubers. His name was Ethan. What's that? Blaze TV. Is that right? Is that a thing on YouTube?
I've heard of Blaze TV, but I don't know who
debating trans inclusion, and Destiny was like the left, like progressive voice, and the other guy was like the more conservative, right?
Ethan
whatever.
Ralph, maybe.
No, it wasn't.
No.
It wasn't.
Was it?
He got beat up recently. He got
was
beat
it
up
H3? H3. That guy's name is Ethan.
No, it wasn't Ethan. That's Ethan Klein. It was. Man, I forget what his name was. Anyway,
I'm not good on this.
Okay.
Anyways,
Schaefer, somebody.
Schaefer. Okay, that's what.
Yeah, Elijah. That's it. Elijah Schaefer. Yeah.
Okay.
Not Ethan. Elijah. Anyway, so I went to that debate, and whenever I was there at the debate, the guy who was doing the tech for it was wearing a PKA hoodie.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, so and he was walking around. Yeah, and
we got our fingers in every pie. We decided the winner of that debate.
My friend leaned over to me and he was like, "I bet you that guy will recognize you," because I came on the show earlier, and I'm like, "There's no way." So anyway, the show's like an hour and a half. It ends. We're getting up. It's in an auditorium, like a classroom. At UT. What is this?
That guy.
There he is. Yeah.
Shout out to
I don't know him, but I know that he comes like a fucking monster.
So my friend, I'm like, there's no other guy knows. So the debate ends. We're walking out of the classroom, like up, and as I'm leaving, over the PA system, I hear, "Wendigoon, please stay after the show." And I froze. I thought it was God. I was freaking out. And I was like, all right, I'll stick around. And sure enough, it's the guy in the PKA hoodie. And he comes up and he's like, "I saw you on the show. I started watching your channel. It's great to see you, blah, blah, blah." And I was like, "Yeah, I noticed your hoodie and I liked it." And he said something to the effect of like, "Yeah, I wear this. So if there's anyone cool in the audience, they'll know about it."
Dude, shout out to that guy. That guy rocks. 2 thumbs up from the show. Next time, sabotage the debate and make it funny. just make it hard on them. That's great.
There goes the
who won?
So hot in like 10 minutes.
Who won the match?
PKA hoodie, but I've had this thing in this room since Christmas.
Wendigoon. Who won the debate match?
It really it wasn't a traditional debate, like a Lincoln Douglas style debate where it's like, here's a topic, go or whatever. It was kind of just like they meandered around like sports, teaching it to children. That it was that thing. Like I said, I'm not really like a political guy. I was there to meet other YouTubers.
Sure.
But I will say what was funny. The one takeaway I had is that they were both incredibly civil the whole time, which was annoying. I wanted to see a fight. That's the only reason. That's the only thing I was hoping for. But yeah, but every time one of them would speak, they'd be like, "No, I see your point there." Blah blah blah. They get to the end, and they're doing their closing statements, and Destiny's just kind of like, "Oh well, I think there's within reason, there's a middle ground, whatever." And then Elijah is just like, "Yeah." So I think don't let him talk to children. Sports, not at all. I think it is a mental illness. Like as soon as he knew Destiny couldn't reply, mask off, just full bore all the way.
Now I'm not a professional debater.
Hey, look, he's doing it. There we go.
That does seem like the move. Be like, "It's been great getting along with you." Closing statements. Well, anyway, like it just own it there.
It was pretty.
And if you disagree, you're gay, and also like
did
a bunch of childish attempts.
Did you see Dave Chappelle get tackled on stage?
I saw his assaulter get what's coming.
Oh my god, Dave Chappelle's security team isn't very good at their job, but they are really good at beating people.
They're good at vengeance.
They excel at that.
They finish their checks.
That guy had a compound fracture.
Exactly.
His arm was like.
Really? They busted his arm, like damaged him?
I saw the picture. My girlfriend, who is a vet, I would believe her, said that it was compound. I just saw a picture of a guy's arm, and then it went like that way.
What kind of vet is she? Does she help animals or kill people?
She helps animals.
Okay.
The former before the latter.
That was his gun knife? Huh.
What?
Wait,
what am I looking at?
What is that?
That seems like the worst of two worlds.
Is that one of
go after Dave Chappelle with a knife? Is that what you're saying? First of all,
hold the gun.
Oh, time out. Just so everyone, I think that thing is super tiny. Just so we're clear, that's not like a full size. That's not a weapon. That's a keychain. Like they zoomed all the way in.
And he glued a knife to it.
No, I think
like
it's
that.
one of those
Flipped.
novelty ones.
Yeah,
like it's a little like you know those.
Or
it's
was
like
he? Hang on though. Was he wielding that at the time, or was it in his pocket? That's what I need to know.
I think
big difference.
You know what? I don't.
Yeah, if he was going to murder Dave Chappelle on the stand, I think it would be much different. Yeah, that's one of those.
Put a banana next to it. Put someone's finger in there. I can't see what's going on.
Put his broken arm next to it. See what happens.
So yeah, that was fucking wild. It was about the trans stuff, and they beat the shit out. Jamie Foxx jumped on stage too.
Jamie Foxx was there.
He was in the front row.
Did he get some shots in on Chappelle?
Yeah, get him.
You know what? I have trans friends. Are you sure it was about the trans stuff? Because
the person posted that it was about the trans stuff because they found their social media afterward, and it was stuff like, "You're coming after trans people. I'm gonna kill you." Like,
did you hear that Chappelle talked to him and had a different takeaway?
No, I just saw a screenshot of what the person who did the assaulting said.
I'm not saying it's not about the trans stuff. Maybe it was. Dave Chappelle said that he talked to him afterwards, and he wanted to know why he attacked him. Like, it was sort of like he was open-minded. Like, what was that all about? And the guy said that he was trying to draw attention to a sick family member. So I stopped investigating after that and thought that was the end of the story.
Bullshit.
I believe you, but I'm just now hearing for the first time that if you look into his social media, it was probably about the trans stuff.
After I got caught, my incentive changed.
Well, I don't think he thought he was going to get away with it. I don't think he thought very much at all. He might be trying to avoid Dave pressing charges by coming up with that.
I hope Dave sends him to prison.
I feel like an example needs to be set.
You can't just fucking assault someone on stage. Fuck you. Go to jail.
What did Kevin Hart say? Did I misunderstand and say that and read that Kevin Hart was pro-attacker?
That seems unlikely.
I can't imagine that. I like Kevin Hart, and I don't like that take. So I kept
rereading it, and it was like he said something like, "You can't just say anything," and I was like, I'm shocked a comedian would take that stance. Maybe I'm an idiot.
Maybe he was saying, nowadays you can't say anything without X, Y, and Z. Because Kevin lost the Oscars because of something he said.
Can I read this?
Sure. Yeah.
So I need to talk to him, Chappelle said. He asked Lee what could have possibly prompted his attack, to which Lee, who Chappelle said appeared to him to be mentally ill, offered a story about his grandmother from Brooklyn who had been forced out of her neighborhood by gentrification. The attack was meant to draw attention to her plight. So that's what I thought it was about until I learned here that maybe it was trans stuff.
It sounds like a crazy person, so I think that anyone's guess goes at this point.
Okay.
Of course, I guess we should have known that when he attacked Dave Chappelle on stage. That should have been
I wish Dave Chappelle would have been the one to deliver the blows.
Now, Chris Rock coming up afterward.
What if David had a gun? What if David had a gun?
And he shot the guy?
This would have been handled.
Like he had a sawed-off 12 gauge, like Terminator style, under the jacket.
Sawed-off 12 gauge? I'm on his side. I don't care what he does with it. That's such a cool gun.
It's like the Teddy Roosevelt thing. It's like the Teddy Roosevelt thing. Teddy Roosevelt was shot during a speech and pulled a gun and just started pointing it into the crowd, ready to shoot whoever just shot him.
You know, it's like a politician waving a gun at the crowd, and all the papers at the time were like, "Strength incarnate." We all love our president who waves guns at people.
You say that. Let me ask you this: like the president has a look. Like people got their feathers ruffled when Obama put on a gray suit. Like the president has a look. What would you contribute to the president's look, or like maybe his Air Force One, or like how the Secret Service look or operate, or
brass knuckles? I would wear brass knuckles all the time
as the president.
That people, and it would say U.S. Well. Okay, I need to think of another one. It would say U.S. U.S. Space A.
Prez.
Yeah, I'd say Prez.
Yeah.
I would do all my speeches like that.
President.
And when I went to foreign nations, I'd make them kiss my knuckle duster like that, like a ring. And I would say, like, I won't
Trump was
destroy your nation.
Conversation away from doing that. I guarantee.
He was one conversation from a man like me.
What if that was your signature? What if you had a ring that you dipped into ink or like hot wax, like Game of Thrones style, and that was how like laws.
And they call me the Punisher.
Well, I don't know about that.
The Punisher president.
I don't know about
is that because you would yourself elect to carry out capital punishments at the Lincoln Memorial?
Yes.
By beating people to death.
It's because I would solely, as president of this new dictatorship, I would take control of that. There's a pedophile on the public square. We're taking him right to Washington, D.C., right in the middle. And I demand that every single news station show it, even Nickelodeon. And they all show me pummel this pedophile to death. And everyone
You're going to beat him to death with the
I'm going to beat him to death, except it's not going to, we got to sell ad space. And so it's going to take a bit. It's going to be probably a 12-minute beating, keeping him alive.
Will there even be any auspice of like, this is a fight to the death, or will he just be restrained?
No, it'll just be President Taylor is delivering justice. That'll be texted to everyone's phone.
Oh, we're getting push alert. I like push alert.
And it will have a force open link sent to you.
It's an Amber Alert. It's an Amber Alert. We need
and if you try to close, and if you close your eyes, terrorist watch list. Because you are a terrorist sympathizer.
This is some
eye tracking technology.
I like it.
I like that. No, I like the knuckle duster idea though.
It's so tight.
You know what?
Imagine how cool they would look.
I like on the shoulder pads if they have those ruffles. Those little things that hang down.
I'd love a little roughage, a little bit of differentiation
what do you call
in
that?
The block that they are.
The gold tassels. That's exactly it. I want the gold tassels on the shoulder pads. I think it add a bit of gravitas, right?
Like, you know what I want to have? I want to have
across.
I'm gonna have a mustache of gold tassels.
A mustache,
but to mention it is a death sentence.
See, that's a leader. Okay, that man's wearing pantaloons. Like that's how you know he's a real man.
Yeah, and look at the sword. That's awesome.
That guy's a NASCAR.
I do like his sword.
I love his sword. Do you think he knows how to use it, or it's just? Do they teach soldiers how to use the sword if they get it ceremonially?
They do not.
I wonder how dull it is.
The last cavalry charge officially issued was in Afghanistan. I want to say in like 2005. It was a British officer who was there with people, and they didn't kill anyone. But he is the last known person to give the command to fix bayonets charge. And they all got their it was like, two people just taking pot shots from a building. He's like, oh, now's my chance. Fix bayonets.
I'm not fixing bayonets ever.
No. That guy's hilarious. I like to imagine him being like, fix bayonets.
Yeah, I hope everyone was laughing while they did it. I hope it was a big joke.
I hope it was a joyous death.
I hope it was a joyous death.
That's all you can hope for, right?
What about
joyous death?
You could also live.
Spartans wanted.
Do you think that
they were more about honor?
I think the president would look good if he had like a helm of some kind.
You know what the president would look good with? You know those contacts that can change your eye color? 2 jet black shark eye. And now every other world leader is like, I can't get a read on this guy. He's got his shark eye contacts in. Imagine how retarded Joe Biden would look with
he would look so confused.
Imagine like Biden sitting down with world leaders and just
I'm gonna bomb your country. And it's like I don't know how to read them. Look at those shark eyes.
I read.
You know what? Or we could do. Now it wouldn't have to be out of necessity, but eye patch. An eye patch on the president. It fronts us as a tough country that knows how to deal with a little loss but bounce back from it.
I read a statistic that we have now given Ukraine more than their military
their
budget.
Own military budget, yeah.
Oh, that's fucking ridiculous.
And now with the Lend-Lease Act, there is no need for congressional approval for anything. Biden can send them however much of whatever he deems.
I think there's a cap on it.
So we're in the looting portion of the fall of Rome. Interesting.
I read there wasn't one, but I read Reddit comments. So Reddit comments can be a very
a wasteland of sorts.
Yeah.
You know, it's one of the wildest thing. You mentioned eye patch, and it made me think. Whenever I was learning to use night vision goggles, I started out with a monocle, or like the monocular one, so it's just one eye before I got two. And everyone, there's this thing you'll hear, like, it's kind of like a FUD opinion, but you'll hear online like, oh, well, one is actually better than two because it's the whole eye patch thing. Because if you have one eye that is always adjusted to night vision and you have the other eye that's using night vision, you can just flip that up or you can switch or whatever, and your other eye can still see well at night. All right. From experience, that is the opposite of what happens.
You have no depth perception.
You have absolutely zero. But what happens is your brain is staring at green for so long, like if you wear them for an hour straight. I was walking around like, yeah, I'm done. I flip it up, and I thought I was dying. All of a sudden, my entire vision went completely red. I couldn't see anything. Just like everything was normal, and then it got redder and redder, and I eventually couldn't see. And I grabbed my friend and was like, what's going on? And he stares at me. He's like, oh yeah, the red thing. I'm like, what do you mean the red thing?
Oh, that classic red thing. We all know.
Your cones and rods are all messed up.
Look at this idiot. He's having
the cones in my rods, Sherry. They're all fucked up.
How long?
What was that, Woody?
How long does the red thing last?
It was like 20 seconds. Like it wasn't long at all. But like, so the reason people say that is because there's an old rumor or like legend that the reason pirates would wear an eye patch over one eye is so that whenever they walked below deck and it was now dark, they could flip the eye up and they'd be able to see automatically downstairs. Maybe that worked a bit better because it went from black and it's just sunlight. But I can tell you, it does not work with night vision. That's a lie. If anyone tells you that, they're trying to sell you on something. You don't want the red thing to happen. It was very scary.
Wow. I kind of want the red thing to happen.
No.
I kind of want to be.
Oh, I never
really
thought of that, Woody. Woody, I bet flying at night would be awesome with night vision.
Ooh.
So, I didn't let you finish.
Too.
Yeah. So you're not allowed to fly at night. But hypothetically, had that been done,
who are they going to send after you?
It's super scary. You probably think you know your way around your town. Maybe you do. From the sky, it's a whole new perspective. It's easy to get lost. It's easy to be like, man, I even know this major road, but which way is which? I'm not 100% sure. You end up navigating by like iPhone, which, by the way, is a lot to do at one time. You know, like to fly and look at the phone and to check it, and maybe you've got gloves on and your control sucks, and
to make sure you don't accidentally fall out of the lawn chair.
Right? Yeah. You're just kind of task saturated trying to navigate by phone and not know where the hell you are and maintain altitude and all that bullshit. And landing in the dark is really difficult to tell your height, and you really want to get that super right. You know, if you're off by even 2 feet or so, it's kind of crashy. So look, get like the good night vision. I don't know what they are now, like the good quad nod stuff. But like you could have a laser mounted on the side of your helmet, a lasing rangefinder that would give you a heads up display of your fucking range to the ground. Cool. So like you can't even mess it up. You'd be like, okay, 10 feet, 8 feet, 6, 4, 3, and all right, let's pedal or whatever. Whatever you do. Right.
But like the good, like the stuff that I used 5-6 years ago that was top of the line then, I felt like some sort of a super, like a superhero or something. Like you can see as well as you normally can. It's not all green. It was more of there was color and there was a blue tinge to things, but oh my God, the resolution was so high.
So it's not as instantaneous as you're talking about, but every so often I take an iPhone picture in the very dark, like I'm camping or something, and it's like, it does not look like that here. It has turned dark into day. It's pretty impressive. So I can imagine night vision is that, but better.
You can get a thermal case for your iPhone, that'll give you a thermal camera on there. It's like $250 or something. I saw them at SHOT Show years ago. I'm sure they're probably
I can see all the leaks in my house.
I mean, it's pretty. I mean, it works in pitch black darkness. You know, you can.
This window costs me money. This door costs me money. This hole costs me. These cabinets have air coming in behind them. I don't like knowing this.
Do you guys want to call the show? I would love to watch the last half of the Blues game. It's the elimination game. Blues are up 2-0.
This will go down on the timeline.
Wait. The Blues are up 2-0.
And now we await the three-goal comeback.
Here comes the hat trick. All right.
PKA.
You're going to be right, and I'm going to fucking hate it.
Wendigoon, do you have anything you want to pimp or sell?
Oh, no. I had a great time. You guys are fantastic. Thank you for having me back on. I really appreciate it.
I can't believe we got a Sunday school teacher on this show. PKA.
Check out Wendigoon.
595.